All right, everyone, I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Solvang City Council, January 15th, 6:30 p.m. Could I get a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. Member Tim Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Diarnes. Here. Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember White will be arriving late. That was so noted. Mayor Toussaint.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Robert, can you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay, the first item we have tonight is public communications, written or verbal. We have item number 1, Yule Fest presentation, right?
That's correct. I would like to invite Scott Schumik to come up and make his presentation.
Sorry, I brought notes because there was a lot that happened in the last month in case anybody wasn't around to notice. Council, thanks for having us. I brought Anna, who, as many of you know, was our PR representative, and I wanted her to be a part of this wrap-up discussion. If I haven't said it before publicly, then I'll make sure I say it now, that the ideas that we came up with, the goals that we expressed, on this very podium 50 days ago, 60 days ago, whatever it was, when we agreed to take this on, were just those. They were ideas, they were events, but they didn't have legs and they didn't have wings until Anna, who was somebody the council asked us to work with, really took those and put them out into the world. So she's got some interesting things to report, but I want to publicly acknowledge the work that Anna and Stiletto Marketing did, or Stiletto PR did. Sorry.
There you go.
Yeah. Pay no attention to man on his knees. Yeah, I won't. Okay. Hi. Good. So, if I haven't said it before, I want to publicly acknowledge Anna, her work. Without the work that she did, we wouldn't have been able to deliver the product that we delivered. So, going back to that day, obviously, as a reminder, the council asked for recommendations on Yule Fest in a very short period. We worked very closely with the PIO at the time to understand, and the city manager to understand exactly what the requirements were. In that, we understood from the public that there's a lot of love and passion and community around Yule Fest. And, it was terrifying for us because we didn't want to come in and break that. We wanted to ensure that we were adhering to the Danish traditions as best we could, while looking towards opportunities to bring in additional eyeballs to Yule Fest. So, I think that overall, and I'm going to go through kind of everything now, but I think overall, I would rate us a strong B-. I think given the time, if we were grading on a curve, we probably did a little better than that. But if, just all things considered, I think that we delivered the best product that we could. It wasn't by no means perfect. We understand some of the struggles that existed, and, we have some recommendations that I think whatever the city decides to do tourism and marketing wise moving forward, we have some recommendations that we think will make the city more successful having come through this process. So, to start, one of the things that we were adamant about is that we wanted to shepherd, and we used that word very intentionally back on September 27th or whenever it was we were last here. We used that word very intentionally. We wanted to shepherd the Yule Fest that everybody had kind of grown to know and love forward. And we didn't want to break the things that had existed in the past. That included Santa in the Park. That included the Nisei Adventure. That included the candlelight tours. Obviously, the tree lighting in the park. We wanted to make sure that we were taking those traditions that Solvang and Santa Ynez Valley participants had come to love. We wanted to make sure that we were treating those with respect and bringing those forward. So at each stage, we tried to take what existed and elevate it where we could. And in some cases, I think we were successful. In others, I think that we fell a little bit short. But in the whole, I think that we did okay. So starting with Santa's Park, we reimagined what Santa's visits to the park were like. In the past, we saw that the city and the city's previous tourism committee put out a lot of kind of plywood cutouts. There was a LED tree and Santa on Saturdays for 4 hours with his chairs up on the pagoda. We reimagined that, tried to include the Danish tradition, and imagined Santa with a barn, Santa's lad in Danish. And so we built Santa a barn. And what would a barn be without live animals? So we envisioned this, play area where kids could come and experience live animals, including reindeer, including an alpaca named Ted, including sheeps in Christmas sweaters. And, if you stood out, yeah, sheep had sweater. That was kind of funny. I wonder if they were wool. If you stood outside the park and in the morning and you saw these animals and you saw Santa and you saw the tree with our, 48-pound star that just could barely hang on for dear life up at the top of the tree, it was easy to kind of look at that and go, oh gosh, that looks real cheap. That doesn't look like what Solvang wanted to be. And to an extent, I can agree with that. I think there's some pieces that we would recommend are expanded for future years. But once the park was full and all of those kids were out there playing with the animals and that line was wrapped all the way around the park to meet Santa, the magic of the season and the magic of that event and our understanding of why that was so important to this community really showed through. So I think that the animals were a hit. I think we had to change. We wanted to do snow every week. I can tell you that trying to order snow 3 weeks before December is nearly impossible. We had to have it brought in from Bakersfield because literally every ice company from LA or San Diego really through to San Francisco along the 101 was booked. So we brought in some snow on the days it wasn't raining. The weather was certainly not favorable for Yule Fest this year. It was raining on literally every weekend that we did the event, with the exception of the drone show Saturday, which is unbelievable, and the following weekend, so the New Year's weekend. So, rain was a problem. We wanted to bring in snow all the time. We weren't able to do that. But once it did come, the snow pile wasn't massive. At short notice, it was still $3,000 a weekend worth of snow. It was an awful lot of, I think it was 12 tons of crushed ice. Again, the joy in the kids' face seeing that, I think, was magic. So we were very happy with Solvang Park. Again, I think we did a strong B on the Santa show there. The Wine and Stein Stroll was the first adult-focused event that we executed that had been done before. We had some challenges there. I think in previous years, there kind of became this trend to folks that were overindulging. So many of the wine bars didn't want to participate, which then translated to some upset customers. I think our ability to communicate with those targeted merchants in a very short time frame was a detriment. I think that some of them didn't get the information they needed in the time frame they did, which led to some confusion and an overall weak execution on the Wine and Stein. I would say that was an event that we didn't hit the mark on. I think we did a strong C there. I think ultimately many of the merchants reported strong sales. Some reported a little weaker than previous years on that Wine and Stein weekend, but I think overall it went okay. I think that in future years, it would be great to kind of bring that forward to include other merchants, not just the wine bars. So, past the Wine and Stein event, we had the parade. So I think the parade was great. It was a small community event. I'm very proud of the community. The community is what makes the parade. We made a video that day that I'd like to share with the council if it's acceptable. So let me see if this magic works. We'll go back to that in a second. Okay. See if we can press play on that. So, the sound on this video is terrible, full disclosure, but this is parade day in Solvang, and tree lighting day, by the way. It was quite wet. So yeah, that was the parade and the tree lighting. So again, I think the tree lighting is an area that went better than it could have. There were certainly some mistakes that were made that are easy to correct, and we look forward to correcting those. In the future, there were small production mistakes that can be easily remedied. So I think that went well. On to the St. Lucia parade. So this was something that council asked us to try and do kind of post the, in the contract phase. It's something that was mentioned that night by a couple of other folks. And again, here, I don't think that it was executed as well as what was in our head. I think we had the infrastructure in place, but the participation from outside wasn't as strong as it could have been. So I think there's an opportunity there to do a nighttime parade. I think doing 2 Christmas parades in the holiday season is probably one too many. I know that we tried to do the nighttime parade at a different date than the Buellton parade in order to not, or Santa Maria, parade, in order to not kind of interfere with those guys. But I think it's safe that in the future you either do a nighttime parade or a daytime parade. I don't think there's a need to do 2. Finally, we had the drone show. So I think the drone show went exceedingly well. Kind of behind the scenes that maybe nobody knows is that, we spent 4 days or 5 days in a coffee shop here in Solvang, putting the audio and the animation together for that. And the first time anybody saw it, myself, the drone company, anybody, was as we all watched it together that day. There was no tests, there was no nothing. I was just as shocked as everybody else that it worked. So I think that went really well. We had approximately 2,500 paid attendees. I think the venue selection was acceptable. There's certainly some things that I think can be improved in the future. One of the things I was disappointed in is we worked with a local neighborhood group before the event, and they stressed that, folks come and sort of clog their whole neighborhood trying to watch the fireworks show during the 4th of July. So we really worked with them to put some no parking and really respect the peace of their neighborhood, even though there's a large civic event going nearby. And I was disappointed that so many people sort of ignored that, tramps through people's flower beds, and were there trying to enjoy the show on other people's property, and that felt a little unacceptable. So, and I don't think those were tourists, because we were very intentional about not giving out the address of the drone show to those that didn't buy tickets, because we didn't want a flood of day trippers to come to a neighborhood and do that. So I was disappointed, I think, in that happened, and I hope that in the future we can work with that neighborhood and try and come up with a better plan to ensure the respect of their property rights. Beyond the actual execution of the events, there was a ton of work behind the scenes that had nothing to do with the events themselves. One of the things that we created, I know the city was busy, and Katie did a fantastic job with the city in trying to pull together access to some of the assets that the city no longer had access to. Obviously in the meantime, we had to keep moving forward with our execution of the event. So we worked to create some creative. So you can see a sample of that creative here. I'm pleased with it. I think that it maintained the voice of the Solvang brand, as it will, without being super over the top and kind of commercial, and was still fun and approachable. And so I was pleased. I was pleased with the overall creative suite that our team put together for the event. It took an awful lot of time to do that. We built a website, which I'll show you here. Again, it was all done in a very short amount of time, but I think that I was pleased with the overall results. On to the successes from the event. Obviously, we raised about $45,000 in ticket sales, thanks to the council and particularly the mayor's work. Another $40,000 to $50,000 has been pledged in sponsorships. So we were able to secure a pretty significant amount of money to ensure that things like the drone show will be able to happen again in future years if the council decides it's necessary, without any expense to the city, which I think is important. In terms of the other kind of Danish Yule Fest style events, everywhere possible, we bought stuff that the city now owns. So, for example, I know the Chamber of Commerce, John Martino and Bent Olson worked very hard to get the live tree installed, which we thought was fantastic. They worked to fundraise to buy the lights, which they did. And then all of the other ornaments we bought. And then ESCO here locally donated the Solvang-centric ornaments that you saw. So a mixture of commercial and very Solvang-centric ornaments made up the tree. It wasn't something we were contracted to do, but we understood how important it was and took the effort to decorate the tree anyway and include that as part of our deliverable for the event. And I was pleased, again, with how that turned out, other than our 40-pound star that couldn't quite stay straight. So, again, simple fixes with time. In terms of the light show, I think, at the end of the day, I went back and reread the letter that I wrote to Zena about my recommendation for why I thought the light show made sense. And at the time, I told Zena that if we created this gimmick, we'd bring people. And once bodies were here, then they would have to go to the restaurants. They would have to go to the stores. They would have to go to the wine bars because there's nothing else for them to do. And I think, and the survey results that we are seeing support that largely, I think that was successful. We brought bodies to Solvang, and those folks entered the venues. I think our lighting designer who's here did a fantastic job. We called him with 4 days notice. As you might remember, we stood here and told the council that, at the last minute, we didn't think that it was something that we could pull off. And we worked hard to pull that together. And they did a fantastic job. They did exactly what we asked them to do. But I understand some of the concerns from the community that came out of the light show, and think that in the future, we can do something more traditional with far less money than you can get trying to buy Christmas lights 3 weeks before December. It's unbelievably expensive at that time. So for the drone show itself, one of the biggest pieces in that same letter that I wrote to Zena was marketing. I said, Solvang has long been on top 10 lists of most Christmassy destinations. There's folks that have made repeat plans to come and visit the quaint village of Solvang. And we said at the time that we believe that there's a market of new, younger, young money that's out there, and we'd like to target those people. And in order to do that, we need to do something big and over the top. And if we do that, we're going to be written about nationally. And I use those exact words in the letter that I wrote to Zena. And that came to fruition. So what I'd like to share now is just one highlight from the drone show coverage, which was a piece that aired on the CBS National News on the morning show as a result of the drone show. And forgive the fact that I was a bit emotional at the end. She shoved a camera in my face right after asking a very personal question. Technical difficulties, hang on. We'll just do it the old-fashioned way.
What, reel to reel?
Slightly new.
Make each day a little sweeter.
ADP simplifies.
The small Southern California town of Solvang is famous for its Danish-style architecture and holiday displays. This time of year, it transforms itself into one of the country's most festive Christmas villages. Now, Jamie Yukas shows us how a high-tech display is using drones for the first time to light up the sky.
The night sky lit up with the joy and humor of the holidays.
Would you look at that?
In a town that honors that feeling all year long. Some call it a Christmas market, but to the Danish, it's Yule Fest. And in Solvang, a tiny town of about 6,000, they've kept their traditions alive since Danish immigrants first settled here in 1911. Even today, great attention is paid to customs and festivals. Solvang Mayor Ryan Toussaint.
When people want to do over-the-top Christmas,
this is the place to be. Yeah.
The sights bring visitors from all over the world. One of the most satisfying crowd pleasers, the traditional Christmas Danish, an Abelskiver.
Oh my gosh, it's like the best donut ever.
Taking off.
This year, the city decided to take the holiday to new heights with a fleet of 100 synchronized drones, remarkably all piloted by one operator and a laptop.
It looks like a mess if you have never seen it before, but it's pretty organized chaos, and we know where each drone should be during that whole procedure.
Kyle DeRose Firefly Drones is behind this aerial achievement. His quadcopters create shapes some 300 feet tall and can handle winds up to 25 miles per hour. He says it's rare that a drone goes rogue.
Is it cool to be a nerd?
I think so, yeah. It's the coolest.
While Solvang's holiday spectacle has always attracted lots of fans, it's that melding of technology and tradition that's wowing new crowds.
I thought it was awesome. It was amazing. I like all of it.
I felt they were 3D. They were coming towards us.
I didn't expect that at all.
Event coordinator Scott Shoemake chose the music and dubbed the show Aurora Dronialis.
Christmas is about magic. Buried deep inside all of us is those memories of growing up and those memories of family. My goal was to try and pull those out.
And inspiring the spirit of the season may be the best present yet.
Would you want to see it again?
Yes!
For CBS This Morning, Jamie Yukas, Solvang, California.
That is
So cool.
We all want to see it again. Apparently, this was very difficult work for Jamie, our reporter, Robin Singer, our producer, and Jamie's dog, Lottie the dog.
Yes, look at
Hard at work there. No, it was good that they got to enjoy.
Yeah, and
It
it's
really
nice when you
was.
get a chance to do stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I visited that town. It is absolutely remarkable. It's really cool. What a
Decked
great
out for
story.
Christmas.
Yeah.
You've been everywhere.
I've been everywhere,
Like-
Jerika.
like-
been around the
I
world.
used to work near the cathedral. I was just there last week.
It's been a long life,
Just
Jerika.
make sure a very long and good life.
Yeah, so obviously, we did what we said we would do. To wrap sort of up on Yule Fest, while I don't think that our execution was flawless, I think that given the time, certainly the time constraints that we had, given the weather that we had, I think that we did everything that we said we were going to do, which were three things. Number one, we said that we would honor the existing events. We would do everything that you've done in the past. We would put our own spin on them. Some were more favorable than others. We said that we would bring people to Solvang. Some of the photos that I have that, we don't have clearance to use publicly, so I didn't want to put them on the screen, but some of the photos we have are elderly couples. I won't venture a guess on age, but elderly couples slow dancing in the street during the light show, which I thought was super cool. We saw kids who were like literally jumping to try, and catch the light that they saw, which I thought was super cool. But more importantly, we took a picture. We were out there for weeks, every single day, and we didn't have an office, so we were working out of Cafe Dolce most of the time. So we were out there super late at night, and we would take a picture just like tonight at 8 o'clock on a random Thursday, and it was dead, and it was so exciting to see literally hundreds and hundreds of people in the street, and they were specifically were there to watch those lights. So. Was it perfect? No. Do I think that it brought a new, fresh face? Yes. Do I think that we can improve that and ensure that businesses, are successful and can capitalize on that new crowd? 100%. So, the last bit that I want to talk about before I made some recommendations that, we think make sense for you guys moving forward. Before we talk about that, the last piece I wanted was just to kind of give you a sense of what, the third piece that I told Zena in that email was press. And I'd love Anna to, she's a little humble, if I allow me to say that. Like, you're a little humble, but I would love for you to chat through kind of some of the numbers that we were able to pull together in terms of media, new media. And again, I'm not trying to take away from any of the existing work that's been done before us. We showed up in October, right? So we're not trying to undo the years of hard work, nor are we saying that these successes are independent of that hard work. It's all part of one tool, right? So we understand that, and I think that that being said, I want to show some of the work that Anna was able to pull together in terms of media evaluation. Here you go.
Okay, so at a very modest and very basic level, some of this done the very old-fashioned way of trying to piece together PR value on all of the pieces of coverage that we received for Yule Fest itself, and that is excluding anything that was city-specific. So anything about when you guys hired IDK or when you okayed the drone show, I did not include that. So this is mostly like the tourism-focused stuff. We have a value of about $905,000 for all of the Yule Fest related coverage. This is all stemming pretty much from, obviously earlier in the year, like Scott said, you're going to get some of those top 10 lists that start showing up in August, which we have no proactive anything to do with. But our first press release about Yule Fest only went out on October 22nd. So we're talking like within a 2-month time frame that we were gathering about $900,000 worth of press value just for Yule Fest. Some of the highlights, obviously you saw CBS. That obviously bumped up the value quite a bit because of the airtime value. We also had a Fox Business AM morning show segment that was also valued at about $95,000 worth of airtime alone. Scott did an interview on KeySale U, which is an NPR radio station. We had not one, but 3 pieces of coverage in the Los Angeles Times, including prominent print placements within the travel section. We had a Photos travel piece about the Christmas tree burn towards the end. We had 2 inclusions on LAist, which is a Los Angeles area. It's also tied to a radio station now. And Santa Barbara Independent, you always need an angle to get in there. They did an article about the drone show, so that was a nice piece. And that's pretty much it for 2019 in a nutshell.
And I'm sorry, so about total how much?
Rounded 905,276.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah.
Yep. And, obviously, valuing press is not an exact science. It's like accounting. There's generally accepted accounting principles. Same thing with us. There's generally accepted media valuation principles. Anna and I are both extremely conservative people, just because we don't ever want to be told that something we said was egregious. So I think that number is fairly accurate. Just to kind of create a frame of reference, in back of napkin math based on some reports that we saw that have been presented to this council before, it looks like the press numbers previously for the entire valley for last year were around 1.6 or 1.6, 1.7. So, we feel pretty good that in 30 days we were able to generate, close to $1 million in press, when the whole valley did $1.5 million or so in 30 days. So, in all of 2018. So we felt pretty good about that.
Impressive.
So that's sort of it on the wrap up. In terms of, obviously coming in, we're brand new. We're from outside. We knew none of anything that happened before. Obviously, being around the city for a while, we've been enlightened by several folks. But during that time, we now kind of understand a little bit more about what has occurred in the past. We came in, we were hired to do a job, we executed that job. I think we did it okay. As professionals, we have some recommendations for you guys moving forward. I'll just share with you what we believe that any entity that works on your in your events should be working on moving forward. So first, we believe that you should strongly have a steering committee made up of, at minimum, a representative from City Council, representative from the Chamber of Commerce, representative from Visit SYV, general citizens, 1 or 2 general citizens, a representative from a hotelier, retail, and wine bar establishment that come together and form a steering committee for all events moving forward throughout the city of Solvang. We think that it's important for that process to be as apolitical as possible and as close to the people as possible. We believe that committee should be responsible for making non-binding recommendations on all event permit applications that come through to the city. Secondarily, we believe that street closure recommendations, as you know, there's actually been a lot of confusion about this. As you know, none of our events, with the exception of the parade, closed any streets. There's been a lot of folks on our surveys talking about the Ferris wheel that we built for Yule Fest. We didn't have anything to do with the Ferris wheel. We didn't build a Ferris wheel for Yule Fest, I promise. We didn't close any streets with the exception of the parade, which was about an hour and 10-minute closure, maybe an hour and 15. We did close Copenhagen during the light shows towards the end of the month, but only for the 7 minutes that the show ran. And that was really a crowd safety point of view. And we feel that the number of people in the streets more than made up for whatever impact we may have had temporarily to traffic in that area. But we believe that street closure recommendations should require a public hearing, a majority vote by that steering committee before being presented to the council. We believe that events should have guidelines, including fee structures for permits, to ensure that the city is receiving as much benefit as possible. I note that should I decide to come into town tomorrow and put on an event for 20,000 people and close your entire downtown, it would require a signature from your city manager and $125. That feels a little inadequate, so we recommend that you improve the fee structure for permits to ensure as much cost recovery for the city as possible. We also recommend enhancing your permitting guidelines to meet current crowd safety, environmental and cleanliness standards, which is just to take the packet that Rec and Park, who, by the way, were very helpful. Heidi and Fred were quite helpful in walking us through that process, but I think that packet could be improved for, to the new modern standards. Another recommendation is we believe that there needs to be a grant for the arts. We heard from a lot of folks who were like, oh, in previous years we used to be paid to carol, for example. We would have loved to have had carolers. That's two pieces that we reached out to a caroler. We also reached out to the folks that used to lead the candlelight tours, and neither of them wanted to work with us for whatever reason. And, that was unfortunate because I do think that those were two pieces that, could have benefited the community in the field. So we believe that there should be a grant and a finite amount of money that goes back to arts organizations that must benefit either Danish culture, community engagement, or measurable TOT impact. And we believe that that somebody should manage that. We also, one of the things we noticed is that the city lacks a community benefit district type support. What I mean by that is the visitor center and Brenda and her staff did a phenomenal job of helping our attendees throughout the entire process. Those folks were super helpful, but you had to make your way to the visitor center to ask a question. And so for folks on the outskirts of the district that may have had a quick question, didn't have an avenue to get that information. So we recommend brand ambassadors that have two functions. One, they can be an additional set of eyes and ears for the visitor center, and secondarily, those folks can help with traffic control. So when 246 starts to back up, when Aalesal starts to back up, when Copenhagen starts to back up, those guys can entertain the folks on the sidewalk for a minute, encourage them to just take a breath, and then we'll all cross the street as a group so that traffic can continue flowing. So we think that makes a little bit of sense. We believe that the PR push should be continue, and that this city should be known for one big quarterly event. So obviously Yule Fest is your Q4 event. You have Danish Days in Q2, 3. So I think there's opportunities to establish an experiential presence for Solvang in Q1 and 2. One of the things we did, I didn't even talk about it, but the New Year's event that we did that was super, super fun. Again, I think it was great. But one of the things we did was we brought Jenga, we brought soccer games, we brought Legos, and we just put them in the park. And people came and had an awesome time. And we would love to see more of that weekly. The Solvang USA website needs a refresh. You guys have talked about that for forever. We would encourage the city to focus on experiences that drive engagement with existing merchants versus bringing in outside merchants. Obviously, with threats from online, experiential is the path to pull potential buyers into brick and mortar. We spoke to the merchants. We had a meeting. We tried to gather as many of them as we could, and we felt that would be we learned a lot from them, and we learned a lot about their struggles, and we learned how important it is that our events are beneficial to the merchants. One of the things that you guys now own is a barn. If you want to keep that barn in the park, then I would encourage you to use it for pop-ups for merchants who may not be right in the center of town that can come in and show off their wares in a more central location. Also, obviously, we got plenty of hate mail from people thinking that we were coming into your town and spending the town's money recklessly. I can assure you, I'm happy to open my books to anybody who wants it. I'm making that publicly. I can assure you we made absolutely no money, so don't worry about it. We're not taking anything from the city, except for maybe our dignity. But there were plenty of people who had this opinion that we were taking a lot of money from the city. So I would recommend that the city establish a cap, maybe a percentage of TOT revenue, a percentage of sales tax revenue, but establish a cap, and that cap is what's used to fund tourism moving forward. And if you engage with an agency or with contractors in whatever capacity that happens, that gives some skin in the game to whoever those people are. So if they want to do something bigger, better, stronger, faster, then they need to increase that bucket so that they can do it. And then the last piece is I think because of the short amount of time, we didn't have the opportunity to market as heavily in the Bay Area as we want. As you may or may not know, every time a company IPOs in the Bay Area, there's 1,000 newly minted millionaires, and those folks have a ton of money and a desire to be in an environment like Solvang. My friends who I shared pictures of the hotels that we were staying in, when I shared pictures of this town, they referred to this town as Scandinavian chic. I don't know if that's in line with what the town wants to be branded as, but
It's Nordic,
it was
Nordic chic.
yeah, it was what my friends started referring to the town as, and suddenly we had folks coming from San Francisco just to experience this place. So those are our recommendations moving forward for whatever you guys decide to do is with tourism and marketing, and our wrap up for Yule Fest. And I don't think I forgot anything. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask for questions about the wrap up or if I just sit down.
I think that we have you on another item, so just in the interest of getting through public comment and stuff
Great.
like that. But I just wanted to thank you for all your hard work. I think you guys did a great job, and I really appreciate that you came here and basically say, hey, we can be better. We can be more on point with brand next year. We can, do all these things, but this is what we were able to do with, 8 weeks of time. And Anna, thank you for all your very hard work with PR. It was kind of hit me upside the head when all of a sudden start getting all these media requests. So clearly you're very effective. But thank you guys very much.
Thanks both very much.
So with that, we will move on to public communications, written or verbal. I would like to start off just with some preliminary comments. Staff, in particular, the city manager, Zena Bradford, and city clerk, city clerk Daryl have been working very hard, very long hours. And last Friday, Zena had a series of meetings and forgot Daryl was actually working remotely and not here at City Hall. So as a result, the agenda packet did not get posted at City Hall on the bulletin board out there, which is a compliance issue. So we had to reschedule the meeting for tonight. So we apologize for anyone that was planning on showing up on Monday, and that might have messed up some of people's plans, but things happen. So another note, just want to take a moment to advise the public to maintain civility and public comments. Things like catcalling and intimidation in the audience, I just can't tolerate. I have to maintain decorum in the room. And it's already started tonight before I got the meeting. I can't have it. If it happens again, I'm simply going to call a recess and ask the sheriff to install a decorum in the room. So I'm just putting out there right now, since it's already started. I'm setting the expectation. I hope we can just get through and have a productive meeting. With that, we'll move on to public comments, written or verbal. Daryl, can you please announce the criteria for public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, please direct comments to the City Council as a policy body regarding consent calendar items or matters not on the agenda but within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Once the mayor calls your name, please step up to the podium, state your name for the record, and begin your comments. Thank you.
So first speaker is David Desmond, followed by Ann McCarthy.
Thank you very much. My name is David Desmond. I live at 1005 Edwards Place in Lompoc. I am here tonight as a representative of the U.S. Census, recruiting assistant for the San Ynez Valley and Lompoc Valley. You folks have probably been beat over the head with information from the feds in the state and the county to make sure we get the word out to people to participate in the census. As a recruiter, my needs dovetail with yours. People are notorious for not responding to the census, so we have to go door to door. Anything that can be done, and your people have been very helpful so far at City Hall and Parks and Recs and Chamber of Commerce especially, to help us get the word out. So any opportunity you have to talk about census where you're concerned with getting the count right, remind people that there's a huge need for census takers. $21 an hour, it's not bad. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ann McCarty. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah, you did. I'm not sure I'm going to pronounce your name right, but we'll go with it, right? Good evening. Ann McCarty, North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center Executive Director, Lompoc resident, but a provider of services in all of northern Santa Barbara County. Good evening, Mayor Toussaint and members of the City Council. As I stated, my name is Ann McCarty, Executive Director for North County Rape Crisis and Child Protection Center. Our agency provides services in all of northern and mid-Santa Barbara County, but tonight I come to you as a member of the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force to bring your attention to a global and local crisis. January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and sadly, our pristine piece of heaven on earth is not immune to this terrible form of victimization. Human trafficking is an issue that is pervasive in our community, but few people talk about it. The County Human Trafficking Task Force that formed in September 2014, because we realized that none of us can do this work alone or in a vacuum, and we had to unite. We engage and rely on the expertise that each entity brings to the table. It's a true collaborative effort as we work to assess the scope of the problem locally, offer access to training opportunities, develop protocols, and improve law enforcement and victim services response. We are a group of organizations with the common goal of educating, intervening, advocating, and changing the landscape of trafficking. So just how bad is it? Well, in my opinion, and I say this about any form of violence, one is too many, and human trafficking is a crime that knows no boundaries, and everyone, and I mean everyone, is at risk. In Santa Barbara County, from January 2017 to June 2019, there were 119 human trafficking investigations, identifying 129 survivors that were conducted. Of those, 111 were sex trafficking and 8 were labor trafficking. Those investigations resulted in 36 prosecutions. In addition to the confirmed exploiters of human trafficking, 71 individuals were cited and arrested for solicitation of prostitution. Of those 129 survivors served, partners in this work provided 4,389 units of service. Keep in mind that human trafficking is difficult to measure. Fear of harm to self or others, language barriers, lack of personal freedom, and fear of law enforcement often prevent victims from reporting their victimization or seeking services. So the number does have the potential to be much higher. So what does all of this mean to you as a city council? It means that you need to do your part in promoting education and awareness surrounding human trafficking. Educate yourselves on the warning signs, know what the red flags are, and engage with agencies that are making a difference in your community. Give me 30 more seconds. Trust me when I say that exploiters are here in your city. They aren't the scary boogeyman that you might be imagining. They are individuals adept at grooming, saying the right things, promising the world, delivering presents, and making the victims feel something that we all want, and that's to be loved. Exploiters are setting up in your local hotels. They work out of apartment buildings. They live amongst us, and they just might be your neighbor. We are working hard in our county to clean up this issue, to educate so that there are no more victims, to build a system of trust that when a victim is rescued, we have adequate processes in place to care for that individual and to end this awful crime. We can't do this work alone, and we count on you as city leaders and members of the communities we serve to help us as well. It's time that we all work to change the trajectory of this insidious crime. We owe it to our future and that of our children. Make human trafficking awareness a priority. Make the investigation of these crimes a priority. And let's all be the change agents our community deserves. Thank you.
Mayor, before you go on, if I may, let the record reflect that Councilmember Wade arrived at 7:20.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Claudia Arona, followed by Elizabeth Breen.
Good evening, City Council, City staff, and members of the community. My name is Claudia Orona, and I would just like to commend IDK events on the job that they did on the Yule Fest, especially with the amount of time that they were given to pull it off. I would like to comment on their transparency for the use of the funds and resources, and they did as much as they could to get the community involved and to make not only the traditions that we already had in Solvang, part of the Yule Fest, but also move it forward and give it a fresh face. I certainly commend the fact that they used local restaurants to cater the dinner, and rather than bringing merchants from out of town, they wanted to showcase the merchants that we already have in Solvang as part of the Christmas market. We certainly would hate to see sponsor food trucks to compete with local restaurants, or out-of-town merchants to compete with local vendors, or out-of-town touring companies to give tours in town. And one thing that I would comment when, and not only for Yule Fest, but any time that there is a busy weekend in Solvang, 3-day weekends or special events, is that an additional janitorial effort is needed. There's more trash in town, there's more people in town, so the regular schedule for cleaning up is just not enough. So part of the planning for these events should also be how we're going to deal with the cleanup that is needed for bathrooms and streets and whatnot. And one more note, I love the fact that we bring Santa Claus to town every Yule Fest. And traditionally, when you do Santa, especially for the professional Santa Claus community that I am a part of, it is agreed that in the vicinity there is only one Santa Claus, as to not mess up the mythos. You know, there's only one man in the red suit. But if there's going to be one more Santa, somebody else is going to play Santa, you take your role very seriously as any actor. You show up, you do your role, and then you graciously disappear. You do not take off your beard, keep your red costume, and go off to the nearest winery. That kind of breaks the effect. Other than that, thank you so much. If you choose to use IDK company again, I would love to see them back in town and see what else they can do with the appropriate amount of time. And I'm certainly looking forward to, Yule Fest coming back to life again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Elizabeth Breen.
Hi, good evening, City Council, Mayor, City staff. I'm here to talk briefly about the sign that was erected yesterday at 293 Alisal Road. And your clerk has some photos and a copy of an email I sent this morning regarding this item. I drove home yesterday. I live at 339 Alisal. My husband and I have owned that property since 2002, and I was very surprised to see this sign. It is bright orange. It is literally the sign of a McDonald's sign. It is big. It is internally lit, and I was really surprised to see this sign. So this morning I went to the city planning office and I asked about this, and basically what they told me is the current sign ordinance is not being enforced. So I'd like to just read the email that I sent out this morning, and this went to compliance@cityofsolvang.com, your city manager, someone in planning, and then the mayor. My husband Thomas and I are Solvang residents. We've owned the property at 339 Alisal since 2002. Yesterday, a large orange sign went up on Alisal Road. I've attached a picture of the sign for reference, along with a picture of the sign at the Worldmark, the hotel directly across the street. The sign at the Worldmark is similar in size and nature to the sign at the Hotel Cork. Both are lit, but not neon. Both are in keeping with the city sign ordinance. I was very surprised and disheartened to see the large neon sign that went up yesterday. It is roughly the size of a McDonald's sign without quite as much height. It is very bright. It is no way in compliant with the sign ordinance. In fact, since I wrote this, I've checked. The sign ordinance clearly says, day glow or neon colors not permitted. Top-mounted light fixtures must be used. Internally illuminated signs are restricted to one vacancy, no vacancy sign. If the city no longer intends to have a sign ordinance or to enforce the existing ordinance, I believe all of the hotels will erect larger, brighter signs. Is this the look the staff and council want for Solvang? If there is a sign ordinance in place, I'm not understanding how it can be enforced for some businesses but not for all. Please respond so that I understand what the thought process was here and whether there is any intent to enforce the existing ordinance.
Thank you. Can anyone on staff level comment on how this sign? Yeah, it is pretty big.
Yeah, I have not seen the sign, and we will actually have a discussion on the sign ordinance later on tonight's agenda where we can address some of those issues. We do have limited code enforcement that primarily focuses on health and safety, but that's not to say that we would not enforce sign ordinance. I do not have specifics on this one and whether it ever came to the city, came through the staff or the BAR, so I would have to look into the details and the logistics of this particular
So it could have been a sign that someone just popped up overnight and.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank
And
you.
if they did, they would be removed, right? Because they violated the sign ordinance.
It is definitely, yes, within our jurisdiction to remove that sign.
Thank you.
Okay. Tracy Beard.
I'm going to speak to you tonight on behalf of the California Women's Commission, and it is including with what Ms. McCarty said on for the human trafficking. I met with Linda Johansson yesterday for lunch, and we talked about having communication to all of our hotels in the restrooms, that we need to have signage up for young women, that when they are in trouble, we need to have some communication to our merchants, to our hotel owners, and some training. As you saw a few weeks ago, McDonald's was able to save a young girl. We need to do this within all of our restrooms and all of our businesses, because we are a center for trafficking, and we do need to understand that. We have 760 hotel rooms, and that does happen. And how that is going to be solved is, I would like to ask you, as March is coming, to help pass a CEDAW resolution to make money available for CEDAW for this community. We need to have that. There's meat behind CEDAW. I was just down in Los Angeles in November, and I spoke before the Governor's Council and his wife on we must stop human trafficking, and it isn't done by asking us to do bake sales and cookie sales anymore. It's done through real meat and potatoes, and it's done to help the LBG community, to help gay, lesbian, everything. We have a problem here, and we have to learn to address that problem and not sweep it under the carpet being a community of tourism. So I speak to you tonight as the Commission for Women. Thank you.
Thank you. That was my last public speaker slip. With that, we'll move on to item number 2, executive PI reports and advanced calendar. Who would like to start?
I will start with a brief city manager report that really focuses on the advanced calendar. We have a busy agenda, so I'll keep it brief. But just to give everybody a forward notice in the public and the council, we are planning on scheduling another special meeting next Wednesday, a week from today, on January 22nd at 6:30 p.m. That would be a session to hold a little bit lengthier discussions. First would be receiving the comprehensive financial annual report. We'll have a presentation from Badavi and Associates, who are our new auditing firm. We will then move on to discussion on economic development, which will be a presentation by Cosmont Companies, who is the city's current economic advisory firm, and they will make recommendations on their research for the specific site at the Vets Hall and a potential project there for blended use of hotel, conference center, et cetera, and let us know about what they found about demand for that type of project, as well as we'll talk to the council about their recommendations for overall economic strategy for the city of Solvang. We will then turn on to the next financial planning cycle. We have the 2021 financial plan that needs to start getting developed this winter so that we can have the council's recommendation by next June. So the last item on that special agenda will be to talk about the financial plan development, policy direction, and to get policy direction from the council on whether they want to look at a 1 or 2 year financial plan, look at operating budget at the same time as capital improvement budget, and look at the timing and milestones for development of that budget. Then moving on to the next regular agenda item on January 27th, we have a request from Enfuego to come in and also present their final report on the Fall Fest and the results, and talk to the city council and the city about how that event went. We also anticipate to have some news on tennis courts and those bids to present to the council for their consideration. We also will be bringing forward grants award policy, which will be discussed today. So today is policy direction, and then it will be brought to the council for final adoption, which will be the grants award process for the next financial plan. And then finally, we will be looking at some of the things that Scott from IDK talked about today, where we recognize that there needs to be more clarity and a lot more logistics put into our events, special events permitting process, as well as the Solvang Park. And where it is now, we have some different colors after all of the events that took place there. So we will need to have some discussion as to what are the next steps for the Solvang Park. And depending on the results from today's council direction, the city is definitely happy to work with a firm like IDK or other event people that have worked with the city of Solvang to incorporate those recommendations for future events. And with that, I will turn it over to our PIO, Katie Fleckenstein.
Good evening, Mayor Toussaint, council members. As you know, we're about, I think, 2, maybe 3 weeks until the end of my contract. So before I do my verbal report, I just had a letter that I wanted to share with you real quick. So thank you again so much for the opportunity to serve the residents of Solvang as your public information officer over the last 6 months. It came to my attention that the staff report I submitted per the request of the city manager last Thursday was referred to as a proposal in the agenda packet for tonight's meeting. My staff report was never intended to be an official proposal, but rather proposed services for consideration and discussion by the council. The purpose of the report was to provide the council with a starting point for discussion on potential city-related communication services and cost-saving measures. The report was edited to remove the header and referred to as Attachment A, Katie did consulting proposal on page 248, and header was added on page 249 titled Proposed Scope of Work. Just in order to avoid any misunderstanding, I wanted to clarify the intention of the document I submitted as a staff report. So my hope during the council meeting today is to receive feedback from the council on what they would like to see me focus on during the final 2 weeks of my contract. I'm in the middle of several projects and hope to either complete them before the end of the month or transfer the projects to the city. And I will outline these projects in my verbal report. And as always, I will be available for questions during the meeting. So with that said, during the December 17th meeting, I heard some really helpful feedback from the council. A couple of those items, and I really appreciate everybody trying to be accommodating, knowing that a lot of hours had been spent, and we wanted to try to avoid a situation where once I was done with my hours in December, we had 2.5 more weeks left, and didn't want to be in a position where I had to say, sorry, I'm not working for the next 2.5 weeks. But I did hear that the council really wanted to try to save money during that time, so I made an extreme effort to not work too much during that time. So I really focused on the things that were essential during those 2 weeks and kept my hours down drastically. So I just wanted to give you an update on that because I know that was a concern. So since December 17th, 2020, when I last saw you, I have been focusing on core daily communication duties as well as the following projects. So the 3 big projects that are remaining that I'm hoping to either finish up this month or find out who I can pass that along to are our text communication services. So we actually signed up for a program called Nixle, which is a pretty common one that the County of Santa Barbara uses as well. And we have an onboarding this Friday, so very excited to get started with that. I think that could be very useful, especially if something were to pop up in the next month. For crisis communication, for instance. We also have been working on the tourism website. So as you know, the council voted to approve essentially a timely and very urgent replacement of the current tourism website and to keep the costs low. So it was actually budgeted around $20,000. And we built out all the specs for that and then went to an informal bid. So we have some finalist recommendations for that. The goal was to start right away, but kind of with everything that's happened with getting feedback and having not as much direction as we had kind of hoped at this point, we wanted to make sure we weren't rushing anything and wanted to make sure it aligned with the council's vision, and especially since we talked about this before with branding. If we can align those two, obviously that's ideal. With that said, the vendors are chomping at the bit to find out whether or not they received the bid. So that is something that's in limbo right now. We also discovered a need for improving the SEO. So if you're familiar with search engine optimization, that means where you pop up when people are searching for you, and really within your website as well, how are they finding out about things to do in Solvang once they're at your website. So that's another thing that's an important need. As I mentioned before, if you search for things to do in Solvang, you end up at the Buellton website. The final project we're doing is, it was actually going to happen on the 6th and 7th, but was rescheduled to a better day, which is the video that we're filming for Solvang. So this will actually be for both the city website and the tourism website, as well as what we call B-roll in the industry. It's for media. So if media calls up and says, hey, City of Solvang, we need some footage of your city, then we have that available. And the filming is happening on January 22nd and 23rd. So that's Wednesday and Thursday of next week. So key locations that are part of the video have been contacted, but tomorrow Marissa will actually be sending out an email to all of the city's business contacts, letting them know the film dates, letting certain industries know that we're going to pop out during these times, because we do have a schedule for that shoot. And then for other ones, there's very specific times. Obviously with food, you don't want it just sitting around all day. And we're very excited about that. So that will be, we're hoping, they said the turnaround's pretty quick, so we're hoping we'll have that for February and we can run with it. And then finally, a Solvang USA email for January will go out later this week, and that will go out to the, I believe it's around 25,000 visitors that we have emails for. So I wanted to let the council know about these projects in hopes of receiving direction on what to focus on and how to manage these current projects that I'm working on, just because I didn't want to rush, but I also do need some answers in order to get back to these folks. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Katie. Are there any other executive reports? Chip? Nope. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda looks pretty straightforward. My only item is item number A, is approval of agenda as presented. And I would like to actually take item number 8 and move it to the top so that we can get the IDK, let's see, Tourism and Marketing Ad Hoc Committee recommendations while Scott with IDK is here. What was that? Just bump 8 to the top, that's all. Yeah. Yeah. So I'd just like to move that we accept the consent agenda as is with the modification of approval as presented, moving item 8 to the top.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Diarnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Waite,
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes.
The motion to reorganize the agenda carries 5-0, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. On to item number 8. Could I get a staff report and title readout?
Item number 8, Tourism and Marketing Ad Hoc Committee recommendations. I'm going to make a brief report and really turn it over to IDK, as that is part of the recommendations. So in December, a subcommittee was formed consisting of Councilmember Waite and Councilmember Diarnes to make recommendations to the council as a whole on both marketing and tourism and PIO functions. So the subcommittee has met, and I have put together the recommendations here that they were their joint recommendations. Number 1 recommendation from the subcommittee was that the marketing and tourism function should include items such as tourism website and social media, special events, public relations, targeted marketing and data analytics, and the visitor center management. The subcommittee also recommended that the city should directly establish a contract with one private firm to provide such marketing and tourism services, and the subcommittee recommended entering into negotiations with IDK LLC to provide such services through either January 2021 or maybe June 30, 2021. Some of the background is that the city council directly sponsored and funded events this year after going through a transformation from SCVB, provided marketing and tourism services. We have had several events, and then for Yule Fest, which was the longest event in December, the city had actually issued an RFP for competitive bidding and sought out firms to provide the services to the city. Through that competitive process, IDK was selected directly by the city council, and IDK's proposal actually included a provision to continue to provide event services on a retainer basis, on monthly basis. So given the recommendations of the subcommittee and knowing the IDK's interest in continuing to potentially work with the city, I have been in contact for initial discussions with IDK. And they're here to have the conversation with the council and answer any questions. So the recommendation for this and consideration for the council is to review staff report and subcommittee recommendations for tourism and marketing, and to provide direction to negotiate a contract with IDK LLC to provide services or provide alternative policy direction.
Okay, thank you. Is there any kind of presentation by IDK that we're going to be hearing, or do you want, Scott, would you like to say anything? Okay, I'll let you approach.
Yeah, so essentially what we talked to Zena about it was, our formal recommendations that we had to move forward. I think a couple of things that are worth mentioning. I think one is in our experience with the city in this short amount of time, I want to commend the work that Katie's been doing as your PIO on the tourism and marketing side, in addition to her other work as your city representative. It's a monumental task for her and her team, and I think that she's done well. I think what we'd like to do, with the council's permission, obviously, is take the tourism, marketing, and experiential event side sort of as a 50-50 deal, half focused on infrastructure improvements that I think are necessary, whether we're producing events in the city or anybody else. And then the other half, obviously, producing events without the city continuing to just dole out money without a plan. And we'd sort of like to create that plan for the city. And I think that then, what we'd like, obviously, we have no desire to be a PIO. That's not in our wheelhouse at all. So we hope that we'd be able to continue to work with your PIO and focusing on the city stuff. The Nixle is great, as I've mentioned before. It's a product that I've used in other cities and I think does a great job, and that's a very city-focused, city-mandated thing, and we have no desire there. The other thing that I would say is it's no surprise we're not a DMO, we're not a destination marketing organization, and I don't see that as a negative for what Solvang needs. You're served by Visit SYV, which I think does a strong job of being a DMO. We're an experiential marketing agency. We believe that marketing is best accomplished through experiences, and I think that that's what we can bring to Solvang through the 20 things that I rattled off as recommendations, including establishing a grants program for other arts organizations within Solvang. Somebody mentioned garbage, the CBD type processes that I'd mentioned before, I think are critical to both events and the city's health as a whole when influx of visitors arrive. Also candidly, as somebody who has been on the receiving end of some of the negative mail about expenses, I would love to see that fee capped as a percentage of TOT revenue or a percentage of whatever, but most importantly, that fee be capped so that, obviously the city and everybody else knows that this is what we're going to spend on tourism. And if some crazy guy shows up and wants to do a drone show, then he's got to go raise the money himself for that. So essentially, when we spoke with you guys about our wrap up, we were fully prepared to wrap up and leave, and we were honored that you asked us our recommendations, and we're even more honored that you're considering us to stay on and implement those recommendations. So if you'd like us to, we're here for you and happy to do it. And I think that we've outlined in my wrap up report kind of what we want those recommendations to be.
Now, Scott, we talked a little briefly about a steering committee or branding committee, things to make events better, or just everything in general better in Solvang for the local merchants, and then fitting the brand in Solvang better as now we have more time to appropriately plan for events. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I mean, again, in my experience, both in working with other municipalities and in my experience in working here in Solvang, I think we need to decouple the desire, and I mean no offense obviously to the esteemed council people, but we need to decouple the desire to do certain events from the council, right? And I think that we can put that back into sort of the public realm and come with a recommendation that's been vetted by those people in those positions within the city, be it the Chamber of Commerce, a representative from the Chamber of Commerce, be it a representative from Visit SYV. We can make up, during the contract phase, we can make up what that steering committee looks like. But I think that creating an independent body that represents the varied interests within the city of Solvang and can come to the council with a clear recommendation that's been vetted by those varied interests, I think is a net benefit to the citizens of Solvang. And I think that, with all of the impact that business has from Amazon, from online, from just pure difficulty in running a brick and mortar establishment, and what a great shopping district you already have here. I think experiential is how creating experiences to bring folks is how we're going to help the local businesses. Anecdotal or incidentally, we can then also help the local constituents as well, right? Because event that benefits the business and benefits tourists will also benefit the community. One of the things that I mentioned, to you early in this conversation was, there will be events that are super beneficial to the wine bars and not so beneficial to retail. And there will be events that are super beneficial to retail and restaurants and may not be beneficial to the wine bars because they're more skewed towards children, for example. I think what we're proposing essentially is creating a plan so that the constituents can feel reassured that we're working towards a whole, and that if we're putting something together that is that may not be, super wine bar friendly, the next event may, and being able to see that over a long period of time and decouple that from the partisanship, I think will be a net benefit to the city, and that's what we hope to provide.
Great, thank you. With that, are there any questions?
I have questions, yeah.
Okay.
You made a point about disconnecting the council from events, right? Elaborate on that idea.
Yeah, and it's probably too strong of a word, but, I sense that the council has other things that they could be focused on than the nitty-gritty effort of producing the events. And if...
Well, I'm going to stop you there. We don't produce events, but we would potentially make a recommendation for an event.
Correct.
And that's the distinction I'm making. So, for example, I would like to see a Fastelavn event, which is a very Danish type of tradition and event. Not just here, we do a real small version, but they also do it in Scandinavia. So how would you recommend the council pushing that kind of an event for Solvang? How would you see that going through this new organization?
Yeah, I think it would be like anybody else coming up with an idea for an event, and we would vet that through, is it feasible? Is it financially is it coming in completely financially neutral? Is it coming in and shutting down streets for 15 days? And if so, what is the trade-off benefit there? And we would look at that, and we would come back to the council and say, hey, this company XYZ Events wants to create a festival, And we've looked at it and we think that it makes great sense. It fits one of the three things that I mentioned that each event in the city should do, either Danish culture, TOT, or increase in civic engagement, or arts.
Again, what I'm suggesting is, let's say I come to you and I say, I want to see a festival, and the council agrees that's what they'd like to see. Are you going to then go out and find a group that would do that?
Yes, and we would vet that through, and if the recommendation is, let's take that on two places. The recommendation is, no, we don't believe that the Festalon is right for this community for whatever reason. The restaurants aren't happy, the businesses aren't happy, it closes Copenhagen for 3 weeks, that we would come back with this is just an example, right?
No, I know,
we
it's
would
a bit
come back.
extreme.
We would come back with a non-binding recommendation that says, hey, based on these reasons, we don't think this makes sense. It's a non-binding recommendation. Ultimately, the council is still responsible for running the city. You're the elected officials. We would never try and interfere with the council's elected ability to run its city.
I'm just trying to preserve the council's right to make suggestions.
100%. So then on the alternative, we come back and say, hey, this Festalon would make perfect sense. There's an organization that's willing to come in. It will cost the city absolutely nothing. The merchants have vetted this. They love it. The community is all for it. The chamber loves it. Visit SYV is excited about it. We're all going to work together to market the event. We recommend this. It's still up to the city to approve that process.
Okay, so that's one avenue to introduce an idea.
Correct.
What if a new company comes into town and says, we'd like to throw a Fastalon event? Then they would come to you first. They wouldn't come to us, right?
Yeah, they would come to this new steering committee, and through Solvang USA like they had in the past. I mean, essentially we're rebuilding a piece of what used to exist. I mean, and again, this isn't like complaining about what used to exist. I'm not saying it was perfect, nor am I complaining that it's gone. We're recreating sort of a piece of that because it was there. But you're coming through the Solvang USA, you're coming through this new events steering committee, for lack of a better term. We're making a non-binding recommendation every 2 weeks. You guys meet. We're making a non-binding recommendation to you, and it's still 100% the city's choice. You could say, no, to heck with the steering committee. We don't want a Festalon, and we're maintaining that you have every right to do that. This is a non-binding recommendation, but we're giving you more power and more information so that when we come to you and say that we want to do the fall festival again, this time we've met with the merchants and decided not to fence Copenhagen. We're still going to close it, but we're not, and again, this is hypothetical. We're going to put a Ferris wheel in the middle of Copenhagen, but we're not going to fence down Copenhagen so that you could still cross, you could still go from the Ferris wheel to the restaurant.
Okay, I get it.
Right.
I just wanted to preserve the options and understand the structure of this new entity.
That we're proposing,
right.
correct.
All right, are there any other questions of the staff report?
Yeah.
Karen?
I just have a comment for Chris because we did meet on and speak on this, and I just want to make my intentions clear on this. And this idea was to reduce.
And I'm sorry, but is this a question of the staff report? Because we'll come back to the council after public comment.
Okay, let's come back to the council
Okay,
then.
thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank
All right,
you.
with that, we'll go to public comment.
Okay.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you.
Brenda Ball is the first speaker, followed by Candy Waldron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. It is my honor to address you this evening. I would like to thank you again for the opportunity to continue to serve Solvang through the Solvang Visitor Center. We thoroughly enjoy it. Our motto is hard work, teamwork, and collaboration. Over the last 3 months, October through December of 2019, we spoke to more than 15,000 visitors who entered the Solvang Visitor Center. 6,500 of those visited in the month of December. Our busiest day of the last quarter happened to be December 28th, with over 600 visitors we talked to that one day. That's talking to somebody.
Isn't that normally a slow time between the Christmas and the...
No, actually, the busy times in Solvang are any time that the kids are out of school. So the last 2 weeks, the Christmas to New Year's, that 2-week break has always been busy. We have discovered our slowest day of the week, surprisingly, is Thursday. The day we had the least visitors happened to also be in December. It was on December 5th. We only had 37 visitors into the visitor center that day. In our efforts to be collaborators, we handed out more than 9,500 Solvang Chamber of Commerce maps, and we shared more than 5,000 Visit SYV visitors guides. Also about the events, we heard many positive comments about the events, and I would like to applaud IDK with their over-the-top pieces that they brought brand new to Solvang, brought huge crowds. We enjoyed changing out the decorations of the visitor center each month, and when the Hallmark Channel came to film in the visitor center, they were very pleased with our Yule Fest decorations, and they said it saved them many hours of redecorating. I have 3 recommendations or requests. First, we are ready to proceed with the digital displays, which will change the static ad boards to digital. I would like to start selling the ad space immediately, as I understand the current ads expire in April. Second is regarding Solvang's target audience. One big piece of the target audience is groups, our groups. Many groups visit. For instance, just this week I've had requests from a Pierce Arrow Car Club that wants to come in June to use one of our parking lots. Nature Plus Vitamin Company is bringing their executive group here at the end of this month. Our group, we are working on group tours. Our group tours so far include Olson's Danish Bakery class, Solvang Bakery Cookie Decorating class, Solvang Trolley Group tours, the Moki Experience Group tours, Space VR group tours, the Virtual Adventure, and Museum group tours, plus the group escape room experiences also. And we'd like more if more businesses want to come up with ideas of how they might take 10 to 20 to 30 people in for 30 minutes to an hour. We feel the Solvang's Visitor Center value and task is to encourage return visitors, which, as you know, it costs less to retain returning customers or visitors than it does to acquire new ones. And number 3, we suggest information gathering begin at the Visitor Center, not in there. And the reason is we get questions, I'm almost finished, we get questions that need answers, and often the answers haven't been thought of yet by those not having direct access to visitors. We will continue to gladly share it with other entities once we have gathered the information to prevent duplication of efforts. We also request that event coordinators be required to keep the Visitor Center informed via email or press releases. The most difficult thing is having people ask about an event and us not having the answer and not able to find it. One of the questions we often receive, which is received usually near the end of the day, is, we only have a couple of hours. What is there to do here? This is usually asked at about 4:15. We request that businesses let us know if they are open past 5 so we can answer that question.
Good.
And one other thing, we are getting numerous requests for the date of the Taste of Solvang, and we are referring those calls to the city. Thanks again. We look forward to many years of continued service to Solvang at the Visitor Center.
Thank you, Brenda. And thanks for all your hard work. I appreciate that you're always looking to make things better.
Thank you.
Candy Waldron.
Good evening, City Council and community members. I am here to represent the Village Collection, which was adjacent to the Lot 72 that you own, that is leased out to the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation, and to be used for parking only. That didn't mean parking of drones or parking of big bleacher trucks. We hadn't expected it. Nobody told us you were coming. We found out about it. We called. We did find out you did put up no parking signs, but we were not pleased with the intervention. You had requested years ago that we put a buffer of landscape planting between our roads and your Lot 72. It was just crawled over, trashed, and people climbing up and down so they didn't have to pay to see the drones. So we don't want the drone show next door to us again. And I don't think the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation wants it either. Did you get permission from them?
Yes, we did actually.
Okay. We do not encourage you to use that Lot 72 for functions like that again. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I have no more. Yes.
Tracy Beard with the Solvang Chamber of Commerce. We actually thought IDK did an amazing job. We were very happy. We talked as our board many times in December, and in January we just met as an executive team today, and we thought they did a very nice job. We were very happy. We put out Scott's information. We've done everything they've asked us to do, so they were a great partner, and we hope we were a great media partner to them because we thought they did a very nice job. So we want to just say we were very happy, our community was. There were some things, just as Scott said, he always liked to change, but yes, we thought that they did a good job overall for the short amount of time they had as an event organization. Thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, I'll take this back to the council for discussion and action. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, Bent.
My name is Ben Olsen, and I'm the owner of Olsen Bakery. And I have to say that the Yule Fest, to me, was an amazing event. Plain amazing. I never seen, in all the years I've been living in Solvang since '65, I had never seen that many people in Solvang before, in the month of December. Where they came from, there's no way of knowing, I guess. But I don't know if they didn't buy anything or did they only buy certain things, but I know the bakeries did okay. And the restaurant did okay. And I don't know about the gift shops, but so I have to congratulate the IDK and yourself for putting on this on. I thought it was just amazing. Not one single evening was boring. There was people around every single night and day. And again, I would like to say thank you to the audience for
and Bent.
Christmas tree. I thought that Christmas tree is beautiful, and I think John Martino and myself, we did a fairly good job. And that Christmas tree will be sitting there for many, many, many more years to go. So thank you very much for contributors, the money you did. Appreciate it. Thank you. And City Council, thanks for a beautiful event.
Thank you.
Thanks for the tree.
I had no negative to say whatsoever about that. So thank you.
And thank you for thanking everyone that did donate into doing several things for Solving. You know, that new live Christmas tree in the park is all paid for by private funds. The 100-something Christmas trees delivered around the city of Solvang, all paid for private funds. You know, it's great when I get to work with people closely like you and John Martino to get that delivered for the community. I get to work with, Aaron Peterson and Max Hamburg to get that delivered, for all the trees in the park. And just as another note, it's, this isn't out public yet, but I made a bunch of phone calls and we got a bunch of sponsors. It's actually really hard to get contributions to something that's happening anyway. But, we got 10,000 from the Chumash. We got 5,000 from the Lansby Hotel. We got 5,000 from Visit SYV. We got 5,000 from StellarSnacks.com, Elizabeth Galvin. We got 5,000 from Solving Retailers Association. We got 2,500 from Air Energy, 1,500 from Marburg. They don't even deliver trash to Solving. We got 1,000 from Landspeed, 1,000 from Succulent. The list keeps going on. I even got the city attorney to give $500. I gave $500. I got Daniel Johnson to give $500. Mike LaMotta, who's been wanting a drone show here and trying to get, I think he's been trying to get that for several years, donated $1,000 just the other day. So, I think that's very impressive, and I really just want to thank the community so much because you're talking about, that's $40,000 right there. That tree was $25,000. I don't know if Aaron can quickly just yell out how much the budget was for all the trees, but that's 25,000 plus 40,000 plus 15. Wow.
So, again, thank you very
That's
much.
almost $100,000 in contributions.
Right.
That is awesome. The community deserves huge kudos for that.
You started it, Ben.
It also came from organizations, Brotherhood, Sisterhood, and many other organizations, and lots of residents came in with $100 or $150.
And that all started last year, State of the City, when you stood up and said something. And I
Yes,
really liked that. We
exactly,
ran
yeah.
with it, and we did 2 other fundraising type events. And so thank you. That's really a stand-up thing to do for the community.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
And please keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to contribute for Yule Fest as a Solvang Retailer Association.
Uh,
May I say a couple of things?
Yes, I will allow you to speak publicly.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City staff. I've been here for 4 years. As you know, I have 3 retail shops. And also, we have an organization called Solvang Retailers Association. So this year was a tremendous, amazing, big improvement for us. Actually, it was big life kiss because business during the November after the Fall Festival, and then there was disturbed with the Fall Festival, and the first weeks of December was very quiet. And then I can tell that the business sales were increased minimum 30%, up to 50, even some of the businesses. I know they told me, I'm sure you will see in the sales tax figures, nearly 100% increase. So again, really, it was, amazing work. And, we never had such a busy season. We didn't have to go to sales last year. This time, we had to go 50% sale because there was no business. And this year, we didn't go to sale. And still, we were able to increase our sales minimum 30%, and some of our members up to 100%. So thank you all to everyone again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'll take this back to the council for discussion and action. Who would like to start? Karen?
Okay, so just to elaborate on Chris's comments and his sounds like a concern that the council wouldn't be involved if we are to go with an independent body to run our events and marketing, whatnot. My idea on this was to have an organization that would report directly to the city management, and then the city management would report to the council what had the ideas that had come up. And I am definitely in favor of, having the council throw ideas out there, but I'm trying to get the micromanagement of some of the business of the city away from the city council, because I think that it would be run much more efficiently that way. So that was my idea for an independent body doing this, to outsource.
And I'll just add to that, I really agree with that. And we have a lot of other things that we need to address. And we've obviously been through a lot lately, just, not having to cancel Christmas, for example. We got through it, but now we got to sit back and reorganize and find the best approach moving forward. I really like some of Scott's suggestions around, developing a steering committee, brand committee, things like that, to make sure that things look and feel and work the best for everyone that's involved. Steering committee will do a great job also getting more local businesses that represent different aspects of the community so that events can be the best that they can be. Obviously, I think we all know that not every event is going to make everyone completely happy, but, collectively, if the events do a positive thing for Solvang. So I definitely think we need to, sit back and let, someone run with trying to organize a better way of doing this and getting control of some of the funding. You still have, for example, if someone had a great idea about an event, then that idea can go over there to that steering committee and branding committee, so that the event is now vetted through there, can do the best for Solvang, and is branded best, for our community here, as we have time to actually now plan for future events. So I'm definitely very much in support of that recommendation from Karen, and I would love to get this off of the the council table so that maybe we can actually get out of here at a decent time in the future. So is there any other discussion on this, on this item?
I just wanted to make a comment in case it's not really clear. I love what IDK did this time around. They did it at a very professional job in a very short period of time. And again, they actually accomplished some things that we didn't even expect to see happen, namely the advertising and promotion and marketing of the city came together very nicely through this one event. Secondly, I think that they proved that there's still a lot of new ideas, fresh ideas that we can look into incorporating. It's a vision of things to come for Yule Fest and this city. So again, this is an amazing platform to find a way to create more experiential events, better experiential events, events that draw higher spending visitors. Again, this is why we asked them, above all else, to be our event coordinator. So, and the questions I was asking with respect to Karen's comment is, as a business person, I tried to look at platforms and frameworks for governance and business decision making. So what I was trying to do was clarify how this entity would work. And it sounds to me it's more like a clearinghouse of ideas that can come from above or below. And I appreciate the explanation you gave. Thank you.
Daniel?
I would agree. I think we need to,
Is your microphone on? I'm sorry.
It's on, I think. Okay. From the get-go, it's on. Now you just turned it, okay.
That's on. That's on.
All right, we're good to go. From the get-go, I thought we need to outsource the marketing, tourism, events, and everything to one organization and take it off our plate. I think we have a lot of other things that we need to worry about and deal with. So I have no problem with IDK being that for an interim, and then possibly in 6 months going to an RFP and putting it out there and kind of going through the correct process, which is looking at all our options. I think they did a fantastic job like everyone else does. So if we can get into that and get that going now and take that off of staff and us, and I would be happy.
Robert?
I agree with Daniel. I want to come to these meetings and talk about water and quality of life and sewers and things like that, and I'm really done talking about tourism. I think it's nice to have ideas. It's nice to blend. It's nice to have, I love the fact of a steering committee with one of us on that, but I'd like to get beyond the marketing and the special events, and we've spent an awful lot of time on this kind of stuff for the last 5 months.
Great. So, I mean, the option here is to possibly extend IDK. There's a clause in their contract, to my understanding, that we could extend this for another period of time. I like everyone's, I think we're all pretty much on the same page here. There's just ways to address certain things, want to line things up properly with the next budget cycle too. So I think that if the council desires to extend IDK's contract for that period of time, the appropriate thing probably to do while we run and let that see how, what we like, what can be made, tweak it, and get this thing off the council's shoulders. Then what we can do is issue out a RFP later that would come due prior to the next budget cycle. That way, when we go through the next budget cycle for the next fiscal year, we can see the total, boat for cost and, make sure that we're sticking with our goals. We had probably a little over 1.2 million that was being spent on tourism type, activities before, and our goal is to sit there and try to chew that, that down and create more self-sustaining type events. It's great that here we have revenue coming back from IDK, we have revenue coming back from these kinds of things. So that's going to help, reduce the overall cost of a lot of these things. And I'd really like to see that we start creating a kind of a downward spend on things. So far, it looks like I think we're doing pretty good comparative to the last budget cycle, but I want to make sure that we're always striving to make that better while coming out with a better product. So I think a lot of these things show some merit for doing that. And so with that, I would like to move that the council authorize maybe myself and the city attorney and city manager to negotiate some form of contract with IDK execute that option in their contract to provide tourism marketing services as discussed and return to the council for final approval, maybe at the next meeting like in January. And then maybe give some direction that we issue out a full encompassing RFP that would be due prior to the next budget cycle. I think that would kind of address everything that we're all looking for here.
So are you coming back with a contract for the next 6 months?
It would be for the next.
Contract or ideas?
It would be a contract proposal for the next, just to get to finish off the remainder of this fiscal year.
Yes, I mean, the idea being we'd like IDK to manage all those aspects of tourism and marketing so that we don't have to have all these separate contracts and all this stuff.
Yeah,
So.
and then a lot of that would place, if we develop a steering committee, you develop a brand committee, things like that, it would put more of these types of activities back in the hands of the community versus here at the dais.
Sounds
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded.
Member Tim Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Jarnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Wade,
Yes.
Mayor Tucson.
Yes.
That motion carries 5-0, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, that was item number 8 that we moved up. We'll now move to item number 4 of the regular agenda. Board of Architecture review, municipal code update. Could we get a staff report?
The staff report will be presented by the city attorney.
Mr. Mayor, I'll start while I'm looking for it in the 300 and something pages that you have for this evening. As we've discussed with you before, the city's, I'll call it the city's record keeping, and particularly as it relates to things actually getting into the municipal code, is inconsistent at best. Your Board of Architectural Review somehow didn't make it back into the municipal code at some time in the past 30 years. There was a resolution creating a Board of Architectural Review. I believe that it was in Daryl 1991. Is that correct? But it doesn't really look like your code sections creating, for example, your planning commission. It doesn't make clear what the authority is of the BAR. It doesn't make clear what the responsibilities are. It doesn't make clear what the qualifications are. So our recommendation was that if you wanted to continue a BAR, that it would make sense to have a new action by your council and put that into the municipal code and make it very clear what authority that entity, that group advisory board has, and then again put that in your municipal code and follow that section of your municipal code. There are some things in your municipal code that reference activities of the BAR. Some of them I would say make sense. Some of them very much don't make sense. For example, you have a code section where if you have a nuisance in the city related to buildings not being maintained, the building owner has the opportunity to screen their building or whatever it was that created the nuisance and go to the BAR for approval of the screening, and then you pretend the nuisance no longer exists. And so there are some things like that that need to be cleaned up. We would like, though, to have some better direction from your council on those very specific items. So our recommendation and request is that your council create an ad hoc subcommittee that we can work with over the next month and look at, I don't know if it's going to end up being called a BAR or what it's going to be called, but creating, if you want to have one, some sort of an advisory committee, create an ordinance to put it in your municipal code and figure out what you want it to actually do and how you want it to be made up, and then come back to your council with those recommendations. I did talk to Councilmember Clark earlier today about not having any controversy in the month of February, so perhaps we could come back at your first meeting in March, and I think that we could accomplish that within that period of time.
Okay.
Certainly.
If, with respect to what the city attorney just articulated, Mayor and Council, whatever decision the council makes is very fitting and very timely because in another month or so, and also for members of the public, we're about to engage in a recodification of the municipal code, which is a 6-month to a year process or an engagement where we will be bringing on board a company that will look, legally review all of the provisions of the code to make sure that where there's conflicting information, as the city attorney just articulated, gets cleaned up. And should the council decide to create a BART or keep it in some form or another, that ordinance would be codified and it would be included in the specific title. I believe it's Title II, just like the Planning Commission is. So just a note for you to consider.
Mr. Mayor, if I could mention a couple of other things. We did leave at each of your places this evening a copy of the existing design guidelines. You've had some discussions in the past about the need to update those design guidelines. I thought you should see what the city is using right now. When I look at it, it's actually so old that it's, to me, now retro and kind of cool because it's so old. But as far as Daryl and I tried to do a little bit of research on this, and as far as we can tell, that version was adopted in 1988, but it actually was only conceptually adopted by the council. It was supposed to come back for a final formal vote of the council with some changes that the council had directed. And we actually can't find that it ever came back to the council for that final formal approval. The resolution then creating your BAR, the one thing it does say that the BAR was supposed to do was to create updated design guidelines. There's some reference in your files to a local architect, David Goldstein, being hired to help update those design guidelines in 1991. It looks like that did happen. There's some reference in some staff reports to it having happened, but we then can't find anywhere where there were actually council action to adopt those updated design guidelines. And we can't find 1991 updated design guidelines. So it looks like what we have is that thing that you have, the 1988 version, which again, it's, when I look at it, it's an interesting pamphlet of pictures from 1988, which may or may not still be appropriate. But one of the things, if you recreate a BAR, I think that you could use them again to update or help update those guidelines. The other thing, those guidelines, they have some things that are extraordinarily specific, and yet when I look around town, while there are extraordinarily specific directions, they don't seem to have actually been followed with many of the buildings that have been built since then. And then there are things that, again, I would call are kind of more thematic and conceptual, and those have been followed. So I would just urge that you need to do something that is more objective and clearer rather than conceptual. You can have a booklet like that to give people an idea of what the words mean, but I would also have an actual section of your municipal code and your zoning ordinance that actually gives clearer and objective direction. Daryl also has been helpful and has found a couple of examples of other California communities your size, which have clearer either a BAR or other design advisory committee language, creating those committees, and so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have a couple that we could recommend to you to take a look at for, again, this process to bring something back to the council. And the other thing, you have an interesting provision in your zoning ordinance which allows for the community, for the planning director to waive BAR review for any project that the planning director determines is minor in nature. Your BAR meeting for January was actually canceled because there was no business for them to review. There are no projects. As I understand, there aren't any projects really beating down the door for their review in February, you could probably have Zena as the planning director fill in for the BAR between now and March when you come back to make clearer what it does.
Okay, thank you. And I'd just like to comment on, that's awesome that you found that company that would basically audit all of our municipal code, find where things are broken, and then we can start addressing those policies and getting them updated and fixed. My only question is, one of my concerns is about creating a more fully encompassing brand, consistency throughout Solvang. There's so many examples of, even street signs where it looks like maybe it was ordered from one vendor one day and it's one font and then it's a different font on another, street. There's, some of it's our own backyard that we need to clean up a little bit. We have a sign on the entryway into Solvang that, there's chains hanging off of it because the wooden sign is now, wood rot and fallen off. I mean, I think that some of these things we have to start, upping our own image, but we need potentially a more encompassing committee that can really look at all the different elements of brand in Solvang and install some form of consistency. So, that addresses everything and not just, for example, someone going over to the Parks and Rec department to get a permit for an event, and there's nothing installed in the event about that carries the brand of Solvang. It's the same thing with the design elements, the sign ordinance. So I think we need to come up with a, what are all the different elements of the Solvang brand, and how can we start installing, that consistency throughout the organization. Even our business cards. My business card has a different logo on it than what Robert's card has on it. So there's just a lot of things like that. The city pin. There's different versions of the city pin that's over there. It's what really is it? Is it what Joe ordered one day and what Jill did the next day, or do we actually have all the fonts called out and what we're doing? So just the consistency. That's what I'm looking for, and I think we can do a better job.
May I just say one other thing, and because
Yes.
you got a comment about it earlier? The city is still enforcing its sign ordinance, and our plan would be to continue enforcing the sign ordinance even in this interim period. I think there may have been a miscommunication because there are some things happening in the city that we've asked the code enforcement officer to really prioritize on the couple of days a week that we have him available right now. And so it may have just been that the message came out that he was prioritizing those particular health and safety and consumer complaint items. But we certainly will be responding to the big giant orange M sign that we were made aware of tonight.
Right. And I think we've had several things that have popped up recently, and it just, everyone has to understand that through the government process, all these things take time. You have to issue, find them in the action, issue the citation, do your, go through the whole process. It doesn't, happen overnight that someone goes over there and, rips things up or something like that. There's a process we have to follow. So with that, are there any questions of the staff report from the council? Karen?
Daryl, I want to know, did you, in your study on other cities that actually have Board of Architectural Review included in their municipal code, do you have anything from Leavenworth, Washington?
Not outside of the state of California. However, we did look at, when I was the interim clerk as well in the city of Carmel by the Sea, I recall distinctly the meetings of the Board of Architectural Review, or the Architectural Review Committee. Now is a different name, but they do have a codified ordinance in the municipal code. Anyone is welcome to go to the city of Carmel and look at their provisions for the architectural review, and they have very specific requirements. One of them being that someone who sits on that board has to have an architecture degree. They have to have city residency, and there are other provisions. Another provision that is quite important is that in the absence of professionals locally that would have this level of skills to serve on the architecture review committee or board, is that the mayor and council have the authority to actually extend the recruitment process to to the local area to capture sort of other professionals that may be willing to serve. I did not look at the city of Washington that you just referenced, but we can certainly look at cities of the same size. By the way, the city that you did mention, it's a population of probably 1,500.
I only mention it because it's a theme tourist city,
Correct.
so.
It's a very, very small community in Washington, but we will be happy to look at other cities. I would recommend sticking with California local jurisdictions, and there are a few that meet the criteria to kind of have a more clear comparative analysis
Just
of
because
apples
of
and
laws,
apples.
that makes sense, you're right.
The elements of Washington may be different, and the requirements may be different. However, if we stay within California, I think we can get a clearer picture as to what we intend to do and how we can craft a similar process and articulate it in writing to meet our needs.
If I could mention and recognize somebody else on this, Aaron Peterson did offer to help me kind of go through the history of, how you got to where you got in Solvang, and in particular the history of BAR and architectural design guidelines. I very much appreciate his offer, and then Yule Fest happened. And so I would urge that we get back together with him for kind of that history lesson too.
Okay, great. Do you have a question, Chris?
Well, not a question. Is it a question?
Well, this is questions of the staff report. Do you have a question of the staff report?
No, I'll refrain.
Okay. So with that, we'll go to public comment. I might have led a little bit about my position while speaking earlier, so I'm just actually going to make the motion that I'm going to ask the council for. I'm going to make the public aware of it before public comment, which I believe I can do. And my motion that I'm suggesting is that we move to appoint myself and either Robert Clark or Karen. Karen might be more appropriate because she's been on the BAR before, to work with staff to prepare an update and codification of the BAR authority, responsibility, and qualification for membership. A proposal for council consideration to come back in March. So with that, we'll go to public comment, but now I'm being very transparent about my motion. So our first speaker slip is Deborah Diet. And I'm sorry, did I pronounce your last name correctly? Diet. Sorry, okay. I'm learning slowly.
Good evening, council and community members. On December 19th, I wrote a letter to the city council in support of BAR. I received an email response from Councilman DeJernis on December 20th that accused BAR staff of being ethically challenged and guilty of malfeasance and corruption. You have a copy of my email, however, you were not copied on the response from Councilman DeJernis, and I would like to read this to you and to the citizens of Solvang now. This is dated 12/20, and it's from Chris DeJernis. Please watch the December 9th council meeting again. The current BAR has no legitimacy and is not a legal entity and must be replaced. And sadly, it has been weaponized and abused by ethically challenged staff. I have firsthand knowledge of this, and it continues despite my best efforts. This is beyond a bad joke. I apologize if I sound insensitive, but I have zero tolerance for malfeasance and corruption. I imagine you too would be hopping mad if you know what I know now. The council voted 5-0 to fix the BAR mess we inherited, and we are determined to create a more unbiased, transparent, standardized, and streamlined system. The Solvang community must be more than a collection of poorly constructed, dilapidated facsimiles of old Danish village styles. I am focused on restoring a family-friendly, authentic Danish culture supported by a sustainable economy. I hope you will join the council in making Solvang a better place to live, work, and play. Merry Christmas. In closing, Mr. DeJernis is accusing members of the BAR of crimes and malfeasance and corruption. We need to hear evidence of these crimes, and I would like to know if Councilman DeJernis has reported them to law enforcement. Otherwise, he is besmirching the reputation of good people working hard for our city. Moreover, I expect to hear directly from Mayor Toussaint tonight on the specific reason he is asking for the removal of Joan Jamerson. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I have no other speaker slips. Oh, I'm sorry. Ed Skit? Yes. And just so the public understands, when a council member writes someone back, that doesn't mean that they represent this council.
In regard to the beauty of Solvang, gentlemen, you were talking about some buildings does not apply to the today's BAR. That's because they were built long before that BAR was enforced. But I think it's extremely important to have BAR in place. Can you imagine if we lost that Northern European look? If we start to build a building, a Chinese building here and a Japanese building there and another building there, Italian building there, how would it interfere with Solvang? We need to keep Solvang the way it is. Solvang is a very beautiful town, and people come to Solvang to see this European town we have. So we better hold on to that. So I hope whoever had the idea to get rid of the BAR, please change your mind, please. It's urgent to look at Carmel. Carmel is an absolutely beautiful little town. And of course, it's built in old English style. But people go there because they have the beauty of the building and the beauty of the town. So we need to keep Solvang the way it is. Even more beautiful than it is. But that's why people don't come here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please change your mind about that. Thank you.
It's good.
Thank you, Mayor. I almost said something awful. Thank you, Mayor Toussaint. Actually, I'm going to answer Councilwoman Waite's question about the city of Leavenworth. The city of Leavenworth is a small city of approximately 1,600 to 2,000 people. It's in an area that is similar to the St. Anne's Valley that has a large area of about 17 to 20,000 people. The city of Leavenworth was primarily a railroad town up through the early 50s and a lumber town into the early 60s. The lumber industry left, the railroad had left. They looked at their city, decided to become the Bavarian type style of town. And Mr. Peterson's, Aaron Peterson's father went up and did a lot of the design work at the building. That town does not have a BAR. What they do have, though, is an architectural review commission along with the planning commission. So their architectural review commission is designed to maintain the Bavarian style of architecture in the community, because their community is very similar to the city of Solvang in that its bread and butter is a tourist industry. During the Christmas holiday season, they regularly get 60 to 70,000 people weekend into Leavenworth, Washington. And from what I have heard, to get that many people into Leavenworth, Washington in the middle of December is a great challenge, because you have Seattle on the coast, Leavenworth is on the other side of the Cascades, so people have to really take an effort to get there. And it's very European in style, and they know that they have to maintain that type of architecture to draw the tourist. We have to maintain our Danish history, to maintain our situation, because we are a tourist-related community, and we do not really have any other type of economic base to fall back on. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Aaron Peterson.
Evening all, Aaron Peterson. I'm not going to, I agree with what Ben said and had said. We've talked about design till we beat that horse dead. I think we all agree that it's important. It's how we get to that point. I applaud staff for coming up with the ad hoc committee to come up with how should the BAR be formed. And obviously, one of the options would be to eliminate it. I'm against eliminating it. I'd like it to be a freestanding body, a commission, and duly appointed. My only comments would be, I don't know the specifics, but having buy-in from the citizens on these committees is super important. It's what you guys just did with the event committee, having 1, 2, 3, 2 of you, one of them, so that you have a clearinghouse. The buy-in in a little town in this community is key. And so I applaud 2 folks being on this committee. Perhaps it should be opened up to a few more people so that you had some representation of folks that are landlords, tenants, business owners, an artist, someone who sat on BAR, just to have that. So that would be my one cautionary note. The second would be, I would not suspend or hold off the BAR for the next month or 2 while this process goes. If it is true that they didn't have a meeting because there wasn't enough applications, then, and they're not going to have one in February maybe because there won't be applications, then what's the harm? But if there is applications, they're in place. They're already there. There's 5 members, perhaps only 4, but there's a BAR. And we'll get a signed application. Most of the BAR, we've all sat, or a lot of us have sat on the BAR over the years. It's a lot of signs. You only have it when you have a building that's being painted or redone, then they get it. But signs come monthly as new businesses come, especially in the winter. Being a landlord and coming into spring, we will have people coming up. I would hate to put it on staff's shoulders to have to approve a sign, because someone goes out and spends $10,000 or $5,000 on a sign, and it looks bad, and then everyone is pointing at staff saying, why did you pick it? Pass the buck to the BAR, let the BAR do their thing. It's going to be for a couple months till this committee gets together and you guys decide what you want to do, or hopefully you get other people involved. So 2 cautionary things: get more people involved in the ad hoc and keep the BAR in place in the time. It doesn't matter. It's already there. We're not inventing something. And there's no harm to it. They've been doing a damn good job for 30 years. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll take this back to the council for discussion and action.
Mr. Mayor, can I just comment on a couple of things?
Yes.
And I am not speaking for Council Member Uranus, so he can speak for himself. I am speaking for myself in favor of your current planning staff. I think that they are working very hard, are very well-meaning, are working with the challenge that there's not a planning director in place and Zena is acting as the planning director. A lot of the kind of background information that I've gotten about what I'll call inconsistencies in the past in planning, and even that copy of the architectural guidelines I got from current planning staff. The main building I was thinking about when I referenced the fact that I've seen buildings that don't meet the one very specific. There's a drawing in there that's really specific about setbacks and sidewalls and stuff. They brought to my attention. The building was actually approved in 2016 and built in 2018. So it's not just that there are things from before the architectural guidelines. It's that I think that the guidelines are perhaps followed in spirit more than they are in detail. And I would just urge you, as the city attorney, to instead have something that can be objective and followed. If you're going to have specific detail, have it be something that can and is followed. And again, that's on a building that was completed less than 2 years ago.
Okay. Who would like to start?
I'll go ahead and start. Ed, yes, I did actually have the enjoyable experience of seeing Leavenworth, Washington. That's why I asked you when I was on one of my business trips in Wenatchee, which is no small feat to get there. Like he was saying, you fly or you go over mountain passes. But it's a theme. It's a theme tourist attraction, and it's very charming and it's very Bavarian. So I was curious as to how they maintained it. So I mean, I'd be interested in exploring more of an architectural review commission type situation. And I realize Leavenworth is a small town, but they do maintain that very specific look. And I have also been over to Europe and have lived there for a number of years, and it looks real. With that in mind, I would agree to be on an ad hoc committee for the city council to review what should and how a bar should look and how it should be included into our municipal code.
Okay. Robert?
I would agree with Karen, and I would like to add that somebody like, or specifically Aaron Peterson, would be on that ad hoc committee as well.
Daniel? No comment? Chris?
I apologize for not being in the room when somebody decided to say something about me, and I have no idea what it was, and apparently, can you repeat what she said so I can address it?
I cannot word for word.
Just give me a paraphrase.
I
It's
would
okay.
just note that there was reference to you having said things bad about planning staff.
Planning staff.
And again, and I think about the perhaps former or a former administration.
You mean planning director?
Well, it wasn't that specific, but again.
Oh, I have no problem talking about the planning director. So I'm trying to.
Hey,
so
Chris, no.
It's my turn to speak. It's my turn to speak.
But I'm trying to keep you on topic.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get a sense of what they said.
It was regarding an email that you sent.
I sent
So if you
an
read your
email.
email,
And what
you'll
did
know
the email
exactly what you said.
Just give me a paraphrase.
There you go.
Thank you. Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Here's a copy with full headers.
Well, what the hell is this?
Chris, would you please?
Let's move on.
No, I have a lot to say about the BAR itself.
That's true.
Okay. Now, I will address
This
this.
is my packet.
No,
I'll
that
explain
was
that later.
provided by an earlier speaker.
All right, so what I said was, did you actually read this already?
You read it. Yes.
Oh, that's fine. I stand by this because the BR, as is a mess. It was probably done with good intentions, but unfortunately, it was never really properly codified. And I think that the attorney has done a fantastic job of explaining the limitations and the problems that have arisen because the BAR was not done properly. Now, I appreciate all the comments from everybody trying to tell us why we needed a BAR and how to maintain the integrity, the identity, I guess, of the community. No one is taking that away from this community. Let's make that really clear. We're not getting rid of the BAR. Is that clear? Secondly, we need a BAR that makes sense. One that essentially understands the brand of this community and can, as Mayor Toussaint said, can infuse the brand into every nook and cranny and corner of the community. But how do you do that? And that's what this council is trying to achieve. We need a new organization that can do that. Secondly, my concern is that I think we need to open this up, and I'd like to have some kind of a workshop where the community can come up and speak to this. I know that Mayor Toussaint does not like workshops, but I think this is an opportunity to get buy-in from the rest of the community, and maybe it requires more than one workshop, and it can be done by staff. It doesn't require the council to be there when the community speaks. Having said that, one of the things that I have been talking with other people in the community is the idea of having districts, much like Disneyland has districts. So, for example, we would have one area that's more contemporary and one area that might be a little older. For example, there's an area called Gamlebu outside of Aarhus, and it's a fantastic example of Danish architecture and culture. But we shouldn't have the whole town look like that. Well, that's open for discussion. So, for example, maybe we have some contemporary or more contemporary things like they find in Copenhagen, and some area of town that looks more like Gumlaboo. And that's a discussion I think everybody should engage in.
Hey, Ben, I can't have the back and forth, just.
So, again, I
have
appreciate
to
what he's
let
saying.
Chris is a council member. I have to let him have his speaking time. Chris, would you please finish up? You're approaching a decent amount of time, and there's a motion on the floor.
So my point is, I would like to see this ad hoc committee open it up to conversations, real conversations, meaningful conversations with the community about what the brand should be. What is the identity of Solvang, and how do we manifest that in our architecture, in our stores and restaurants, in our streets? For example, I would love to see some kind of a cobblestone street, much like Strøget in Denmark. I've never heard anybody say no to that idea. And yet, I don't know that the BAR has the ability to even discuss that. It's not in their purview. So I think it's time that we take a fresh look at what the BR is and what it does. And I disagree with Aaron Peterson in the sense that there's no reason why, since there's actually nothing going on in the town, why our staff can't handle some of these over-the-counter things regarding paint and signs, things like this. This is very standardized stuff. We should try to have more standardized types of rules so that we don't have to have everybody going to the BIR for every little thing. Having said that, I yield the floor, but again, I stand by what I said, and I'll be happy to talk to anybody.
All right, thank you. There's a motion on the floor. I move to appoint Mayor and Karen Waite to work with staff, prepare an update and codification of the BIR authority, responsibility and qualification of the membership, a proposal for council to consideration in March that the public will be able to feedback in on. So it's not like this just, but hey, let's come up with something to start a discussion with. That's the motion. Is there a second? There's a second. Robert Clark.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Yarnes.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yep.
Councilmember Waite.
Yes.
Mayor Tucson.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we are almost at 9 p.m. We are running out of space on the DVD. I must give Patrick some time to switch that out. So I will call a 5-minute break.
Can I say something about the old town of Aarhus? Just 2 minutes.
No, I can't. We're on to the next item. I'm sorry.
We're not on.
Good. Okay. All right, we'll resume the meeting. Hey, we're here now. I have a request from an applicant on item number 12 that we take that item first. So I'll make the motion that we take item number 12 right now regarding the item on Alisol.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Diarnes.
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Wade.
Yes.
Mayor Tucson.
Yes.
So ordered. Thank you.
Item number 12, can I get a title readout and staff report?
Title is 261 Alisar Road, General Plan Amendment and Rezone. This is an item coming from a recent meeting of the Planning Commission on December 2nd, where they approved this amendment for a project creating a 10-room hotel at this address. The specific recommendations are that the Solvang City Council adopt the Planning Commission recommendation to approve the general plan amendment from medium-density residential to tourist commercial and a rezone from 7R1 to tourist-related commercial, subject to the conditions of approval in Attachment A. B, adopt the mitigated negative declaration pursuant to Section 15070 of the guidelines for the implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act, and adopt City Council Resolution 201094, Attachment C, amending the general plan land use designation and zoning map.
Okay, I have a really quick question for our city attorney. Is this the property that's right next to New Frontiers?
No. No.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Waite, no. This
This is Alisal, not Alamo
This is
Pintado.
Alisal Road. There is a, if you look at page 315, there's a map with a yellow thing that points at the property. And just my quick version of what is being recommended. There are some properties there that are in pink. Those are currently part of the TRC, so you can have a hotel on the pink properties. The ones in blue are not in the TRC. The one at 261 Alisal, back before there was a city, was approved by the county to be, it was generally a bunch of dentists' offices. And for whatever reason, as I understand about the last, 10 years or more, dentists haven't wanted to have their offices in there. They've moved other places, and the building has been a non-conforming series of, I'll call it odd uses. And so the applicant had asked if they could instead turn it into a hotel. As I understand, they have a hotel currently at 271, which is the pink one immediately above this, and they would operate this property in conjunction with their hotel at 271. So what you're really being asked to do is confirm the Planning Commission's approval of extending the TRC down one more property.
Okay, yeah, thank you. My apologies. I read it as Alamo Pintado, so, yeah.
Okay. We'll go to public comment. I believe the applicant is here. Would he like to speak on this item? We have a planning, okay. No, you don't have to, nope. So we'll take this back to the council for discussion and action since we have no public speakers. I think it's rather straightforward. We have a recommendation from the Planning Commission on a pretty uncontroversial item as it appears. So I'll make the motion that we approve the Planning Commission's recommendation.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark.
Yes, please.
Councilmember Diarnes. Yes. Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Wade.
Yes.
Mayor Tucson.
Yes.
The motion carries 5-0 as well, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. With that, we'll go back to the regular order of the agenda. We're on to item number 5. Could I get a title readout and staff report?
Did I recuse myself now?
Oh, and I'm sorry, I just got a request from a council member to recuse himself from this item.
I talked to the city attorney today, and my company, my employer, used to do business with Jones' husband, And I don't want a vote yes or no or on anything to be construed as anything to do with the issues we had at work, so I'm going to recuse myself.
Thank you, Robert.
We will so note on record, Mayor, for purposes of the minutes.
Okay.
Item number 5, Mayor and Council, is the removal of Joan Jamison from the Board of Architectural Review. The city attorney will present the report.
And actually, this is an item that was specifically requested by the mayor. I don't know that I have a lot more to say about it other than there is an email attached to this item, which I received last week. It was what I understand as a reply all to a simple email sent by the staff that staffs the BAR, letting the BAR know that the meeting for last week was being canceled. And that, again, resulted in Ms. Jamison doing a reply all. You have those emails there in your packet. You can review them yourself. I believe that they're in there after page 130.
131.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can't read the email in any way other than, again, it's a reply all. I didn't do your Brown Act training last year, but every Brown Act training that I've been to for essentially since email was created cautions that the first thing you try not to do and to be very careful about if you do it is hit reply all, because it becomes so easy to then create a serial meeting. Somebody sent me an article written by Best and Krieger recently that says exactly that. You should always try to avoid reply all unless it's just in the most clear, either ceremonial way or you are sharing some piece of information like the meeting was canceled. And you shouldn't then reply to anybody and begin a serial chain discussion of, you shouldn't reply back and say, oh, gee, that's a shame because I wanted to talk about X, Y, Z. In this case, there was a reply all sent back, which urged that the other members of the BAR come to this meeting and urged that they take certain positions on items that were going to be on your agenda. That then creates an additional second problem, because if members of an advisory board show up and you have more than a quorum of the members of the advisory board, the exception for that is either if the meeting is noticed as a joint meeting of the council and its advisory board, or if they come and they solely observe, which you can do. You can go to other agencies and you can solely observe, but you can't get up and participate. And this email was actually urging that the BAR members come to your meeting en masse and participate in the meeting, and I read it as urging certain positions. I sent the response email that you see here to Ms. Jamison. We've had a subsequent conversation. She disagrees with me and believes that her original email was just fine, and that my advice, which I will say in this instance is a little bit more than advice. It is recognizing that there was an action which is in violation of the Brown Act, shouldn't have happened, shouldn't happen in the future. That was what I tried to convey, and as I understand, including in an article in the newspaper, there are some who disagree, but that's still my advice, both to this council and to all of your advisory boards.
Okay. Are there any questions on the staff report?
Yes, I'd like to know more about Mark Infante's information sheet and where it came from. If he did it himself or he had sourced something, Sounds interesting. I'd like to hear more about this.
Mayor Toussaint, Councilmember Dearness, I anecdotally know that it exists. The city clerk has a copy of something that Mr. Infante provided, I believe, a couple of months ago, before the meeting at which you appointed him back onto the BAR. I am hopeful that that was not circulated via email in a similar circumstance, because that again would be completely inappropriate. But I think, and if you'd like a copy of it, I think the city clerk has a copy of it, and again, that it was provided at some point when he was not on the BAR.
Okay. Are there any other questions of the staff report?
No.
Okay. Seeing none, we'll go to the public for public comment. I have several speaker slips. First one is Michael Mendiza.
On this issue?
Yes.
You have 5 written here. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Am I on
5G.
5G? Oh, 5G. Okay, I see. Okay. Let's see.
Mayor, I think you meant it for public comment.
Oh, so you actually meant this for public comment then? All right, then let me. Okay.
If I may please interrupt for
Yes.
a minute. I communicated with Mr. Mendiza earlier, and just so he will know and everyone will know that the communications he received or he sent us, which were quite a few emails, they all have been printed, and they're on that binder for everyone to read, make copies or whatever it is, but the communications have been received. That is so noted for the record that his emails have been received and the council knows about them because they're there. Anyone is welcome to look at that. Thank you.
And I apologize for the slip up. The way it looks to me, it says 5, 6. So I was actually first asked you, do you want to speak on both 5 and 6? Yeah, no, yeah, okay. All right, Patrick Kavanaugh. Okay, left. Peter Lard.
My name's Peter Laird.
Laird, okay.
I'm an attorney. I'm a resident of Solvang. And Mayor Toussaint and members of the council, I've had an opportunity to read the emails in question. And I've also read, and I encourage you to read prior to making a decision on this matter, Section 54952.2 of the Government Code, which is part of the Brown Act, and provides exceptions to certain issues. I would agree with the attorney for the California News Publishers Association, Brittany Barsotti, who also has reviewed these. It's my opinion and her opinion that this does not rise to a violation of the Brown Act. And I'm also somewhat surprised that this matter is being brought before the city council in a public forum. It seems to me that this issue could have been resolved or should be resolved in a different manner. In any event, it's my opinion the email in question does not rise to a violation of the Brown Act, and I would encourage you all, number one, to read that provision and also consider emails that you have maybe sent to other members of the council. The Brown Act doesn't prevent you from communicating. And basically this email suggests the members of the BAR attend a city council meeting. That's pretty much what it does. That's my position, anyway. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Kenny Esco, or Esco Kenny Lama, sorry.
Good evening. I'm very sad. For the record, I'm Esco Kenny Lama. I'm here tonight strongly protest Solvang City Board of Architecture Review member Johnny Jameson. I'm very sad and mad because my 75 years old landlord was bullied by Johnny Jameson. And Johnny Jameson has been bullying and trying to influence and convince with her sick and racist opinions my store landlord to evict me. I never miss my rents, but somehow, according to Johnny Jameson, she was talking as a BR member to my landlord that I am not good tenant and I don't respect the law and I don't belong to this community, also because of my ethnic background. Johnny Jameson, who are you? Are you the one who can decide who can live, who can do business in city? Please stop dividing community and dividing people. I urge City Council to be united tonight and to remove Johnny Jameson from the Solvang City Board of Architecture Review and give a strong message to our community that will never be allowed these kind of people to serve to our community. Johnny Jameson should be shamed with bothering my 75 years old landlord with her sick and racist and political ideas and opinions. If she continues to behave like this, I will also exercise my legal rights to stop her spreading rumors and lies and her racist opinion about me and using her position as a bar member. Again, Johnny Jameson, shame on you. Thank you.
Joan Jameson?
I do not know what Esco is talking about. I don't even know who his landlord is. I just want to make that I don't know her. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I cannot, I let Joan speak.
Okay. First of all, I was shocked to see that the mayor wanted to remove me from the BAR without discussing it with me first. And I was shocked that I was kind of called on the carpet. My email to BAR was for information only. I do have the right to do that. You all can send emails to one another, information only. There's a meeting coming up, information. Chip's email to me was very accusatory, and I didn't appreciate the fact that you didn't talk to me first. We've known each other for a long time, and I would have appreciated that very much. I had a meeting with the city manager and the city attorney. The mayor was supposed to be there, but he did not come. I brought a witness along just in case. His name is Peter Laird. He spoke to you. I requested a recording device. None was provided. I asked who passed on the email. I was told it was a whistleblower who was protected. I don't believe that any of the people on the BAR forwarded the email. I think it probably came from the firm that the city has hired that is examining emails now for the protection of the people in the city, and I think that's a good thing to do, but I don't think they should be used that way. I think it's supposed to protect the employees, not to spy on them. In other words, there's probably not a whistleblower. Chip also asked me if I had contacted the previous city attorney before I sent the email, and I had not. Another point, I do not have a city-provided email address. I created that myself. It's a Gmail address. The city does not use Gmail for emails. That kind of rhymes. During the meeting, or after the meeting, I asked for a copy of the notes that were taken by the city manager, and I was denied. This is supposed to be funny, Ryan. Do I get to have a do-over like you had when you didn't let Julie Palladino speak? Obviously not. According to Brittany Basado, someone who does not have skin in the game, staff attorney for the California News Publishers Association, my email did not attempt to influence the city council voting or take action outside of a public meeting. Jameson's email simply asked members to attend a public meeting. And you can see what power I have because none of them came to the meeting. Nobody from the BAR is here. My email was for information only, not to try to influence. Plus, according to the government code 54952-2, parentheses 2, parentheses, my email did not create a violation unless members of the BAR responded to me with their opinions. I do have a right to inform BAR members about upcoming city council meetings. And actually, no BAR member responded to my email. I did not break the Brown Act. My email was for information only. Would have said the same thing at the end of the BAR meeting that had been canceled. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Chip, do you have any commentary? That's not the forum that this works.
Yeah, again, Mr. Mayor, this is an item that was added at your request, but I will note a couple of things. The email came from a recipient of the email. It's not from any sort of spyware or anything else. I don't think that it's appropriate to identify which one. I hope this doesn't create then a bunch of finger pointing and accusations amongst the members. I probably am going to get enough grief in the community, and I'm fine getting grief in the community. But it came from a member of the BAR who had received Brown Act training and who saw this and said, this seems pretty clearly to them to be a violation of the Brown Act, and forwarded it. I have to tell you that the attorney from the California Newspaper Publishers Association is not your city attorney. I believe that in Brown Act training, you all have previously been told not to create serial meetings. I absolutely don't agree with the interpretation of the government code that you've heard. I saw this, and it clearly intended to do more than, for example, just say that the BAR meeting had been canceled. I hope that at least a thing that comes out of this, and you're going to be having annual Brown Act training again, and I will bring this item up as one of the things for your council and the advisory board. But you need to be extraordinarily careful when doing reply to alls in emails, and the fact that you don't then get somebody who replies to your reply all doesn't mean that there wasn't a base violation. The reason that I asked about the former city attorney is because I don't know what advice they in fact gave. And it's quite possible, which is why I asked, it's quite possible that your former city attorney had given advice that an email that meets certain parameters is okay. And again, I don't know what advice they gave, so that was my question, because I was trying to provide the benefit of the doubt and think that perhaps it's because the city had been given that advice. I have been told of other advice that your former city attorney gave about closed session meetings and about other things with which I do not agree. But I wanted to find out again so that I could correct that. I would urge whatever you end up doing this evening that the advice that I provided, which is this seems to me to be an inappropriate communication, is taken to heart and taken seriously. I do wish, in fact, that I had called Ms. Jameson. We have known each other for a very long time. Perhaps I would have gotten a different response. I hope I would have gotten a different response if I had made the phone call instead of sending a personal email. It was originally a personal email. As I said earlier on another item, we had the month of December, Yule Fest happened. I thought that January was going to be very slow, and it's actually been a bit not slow at City Hall the last 2 weeks. And so there are a bunch of times that I would love to give more personal attention to things and to individuals, and I suspect I would then be faulted for spending too much time on your items. And so I had sent an email and actually had asked if we could get together as soon as possible. I was hoping that that was actually going to happen last week. It actually didn't happen. I got a response which was that it couldn't happen until after 11 o'clock yesterday. And I came back from Santa Barbara, from a meeting in Santa Barbara as quickly as I could to make that 11 o'clock appointment. So again, I hope that that this can be looked at in the way that was intended, which is the city attorney advising based upon my relatively conservative read of the Brown Act, but I think in this case I am correct, as opposed to, I don't know the person from the California Newspaper Publishers Association, but I don't agree, and I don't even know what question was asked of them. So it's kind of hard to know what their opinion is. That all said, as I understand, the mayor has some other comments and reasons that are beyond just this particular interaction. And so I will return it to your council.
Thank you. And just a question on legal advice, since we're talking about Brown Act and things like that. Last year we had several meetings over water rate increases, and shortly before the third hearing of the water rate increases, I discovered in the Excel spreadsheets that there was like probably $10 or $12 million in bogus expenses in there. That meeting evaporated, and the consultant that was in the Bay Area didn't even show up to the meeting, and that item was quickly disappeared. Following that, I started making requests for information from the city, and I was told, when I was asking for this financial information, that the servers were broken. I asked for the hard copy of the information, and I was then told, well, not told, I showed up here at City Hall, and there was like literally mounds of documents from the floor to ceiling. I will note that in the prior city manager's office, they had all the journal entries in there, which are the ones I was probably most interested in. And they were all marked for shred and deletion. And I was told by the city manager at the time that they were exercising fiscal responsibility and seismic retrofitting of the building and taking advantage of a free shed day. After that, I showed up to the next public meeting, and I asked for, I was trying to make an issue about this and get this information. I was pulled out of the public meeting by the prior city attorney, and I was told that none of this makes the city look good, and the way that we will handle this is we will take this into closed session at the next meeting as performance review of the city manager. I was told that anything under the scope of the earth could be discussed in closed session under performance review of the city manager, as long as you say you're not happy with the city manager's performance. Following that, we had, I think, 3 or 4 continued closed session meetings that I'm not going to go into what was talked about then, but is that an appropriate closed session that for the convenience of the city, that is handled there? I just want to know, this is a legal question I'm just asking right now.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I I took the bar, I think it was 33 years ago, and I feel like you just asked me a question that should be on the bar exam, and I'm having like these flashbacks, but to try and give you a shorter answer than I would in that circumstance, and again, knowing I wasn't your city attorney at that time, but very clearly about you going into a closed session to avoid revealing embarrassing things to the public is one of the reasons why there is a Brown Act and why you're not allowed to go into a closed session solely for the reason of not admitting embarrassing facts to the public. So in the scenario you described, I'm not hearing a basis to have gone into closed session.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, what this came on as request. I'm speaking. This came on as request of the mayor, and so I take responsibility and ownership over this item. It happened to be coincidental that this little issue arose like right at the same time. So everyone makes mistakes. The opinion that's over here, fine, so be it. And quite frankly, my understanding is that the cure for whatever this is, even if it was a Brown Act violation, is simply rehearing something or, whatever to make those facts available, public, and you move on. Things happen. We're all trying hard. But what bothers me is that when we did the BAR appointments, I gave a few votes, Karen Waite and myself, 2 council members, gave a few votes to Joan Jameson. And although there was some upsets over maybe an election that didn't go the way it was or things like that, I sat down with Joan and wanted to give her another chance, and I thought we were pretty supportive and, quite frankly, friends. What bothers me is, in the meantime, I'm getting all these accusatory type messages and emails and phone calls. And then when I start looking through things, there's things that bother me. I found minutes here of what appears to be a secret meeting at the Dolphin Club of the SCVB. And while the council is trying to recover the assets, and the SCVB is a Brown Act board dealing with public funds, that meeting happened at the Dolphin Club. And we're all trying to figure out where things are going. We're spending money on legal fees, very expensive, to try to recover the assets and move forward. And one of the members, it was noted in there, specifically, member of the public was Joan Jameson. That was not a legal meeting. They did not post the meeting, okay? The other thing that bothers me, you went to a meeting that no public person that I'm aware of knew about. So,
If she's going to talk, she's going to have to come up to the
I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't. It's close. So, my other concern is what happened last year, right before the campaign. We had a record amount of dollars go towards the SCB and the chamber. I was told that if I didn't support the SCB, that I wouldn't be able to get elected. There's a mass mailing that's sent out here, and I'll ask the city attorney, but that seems to be several FPPC violations right before Election Day. You were heavily involved with getting that money over there and with getting that done, as far as I'm concerned. My last issue here is, one of my last issues is, in 2017, I was also lobbied by the council that the city needs to buy this vacant lot on Chalk Hill Road. What? And it's right here.
It's not funny, huh? It's serious. Let's listen it.
Here. I'm sorry, I have to keep order. That agenda right there happened in August of 2017. And if you review the minutes, it's Councilmember Joan Jameson saying that she would like the city to buy the vacant lot next to the park. The vacant lot was owned by Ed Skitt. You can't sell property back to the city within less than a year of leaving the city council. You were trying to. I cannot engage. So I am telling the truth.
Please.
Look at the minutes yourself in the packet.
Sir.
I'm sorry, I cannot have this. Please. These are my thoughts. So
Do you want to?
yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to call recess.
Folks, if I may, as the city clerk, we need to enforce the council protocols. You had your chance to speak. We need to let the mayor say what he needs to say. The public comment period has been closed. You do not have another chance at speaking. You already have your 3 minutes. So please be respectful. Otherwise, we're going to have to ask you to leave.
It is. This is why I am discussing why I want, this is my prerogative.
I'll save it. I resign.
Okay?
No.
So,
You don't have to talk anymore, Ryan. I resign.
thank you. We are not, please, I'm going to call a recess.
Call a recess.
Okay? Anyway, I just saying I gave Joan a chance. And what I wasn't appreciative of also at the last meeting was the cuss words that were coming from the floor and the catcalls. You called someone a son of a at the last meeting. Please, Chris. Okay? There was a lot of it. Okay. Hey, you guys, come on. Stop. Stop. This is my prerogative, why I want this done, and I'm going to move. This is what I did not call recess. I said I'm going to have to, if I can't get decorum in the room, I'm going to call a recess. Okay? Thank you. So with that, I make the motion to remove Joan Jameson from the BAR. Do I have a second on the table, yes or no?
Yes, but I'd like to comment as well. There are other serious issues that I'd like to bring to the table. There's a reason to get rid of her for conduct unbecoming a public official.
Okay,
You named
Chris,
a few,
Chris,
but there
Chris,
are others.
Stop, Chris.
For your own benefit, you need to just be quiet right now.
One thing, I do believe that the email, it says, also encourage you all to support BAR. I think it's, I definitely agree with Chip. I think there is a violation there. I think it's encouraging a board. If I send an email to all of you encouraging you on a topic that was going to be on the agenda, I would definitely be in violation. So I feel based on this email that this is the best avenue to take. So I will second the motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded.
Member Tim Clark, it's recused himself for the record. Councilmember Diarnis.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Johnson.
Do you have any discussion on this?
Councilmember Waite.
We did not have council discussion on this.
Mayor, would you like to engage in further discussion on this item?
Karen, if you have some comments, then yes, please.
Yes. Okay, first of all, apparently this is now a moot point because Ms. Jameson has announced her resignation. Second, I am completely disappointed in this agenda item. To me, with all due respect, Ryan, this comes across as a personal vendetta. This is not the front that I want to represent for the city of Solvang. This is not how I want the city to see me sitting up here on a dais being supportive of someone taking out a personal vendetta and relieving someone of their position. Ms. Jameson has long served this community in a very honorable and outstanding capacity. I am absolutely against this. This should not be on the agenda. This should never have come up. This should have been a conversation between you and our city attorney and Ms. Jameson in person. We all make mistakes. If this was simply having to do with the Brown Act, it could have been just involved just retraining another class on Brown Act training. We could probably all use that. When you continued on the way you did, it became very, very personal. And to go after someone like that publicly, when you have council members sitting on this dais that may be in similar situations for other events that have occurred.
Not even
it's
close.
completely,
Not
completely,
even close.
completely
So
Chris,
inappropriate.
let
if she's
Karen
going to bring
speak.
this shit up,
Hey,
I would
hey! Let Karen speak.
then knock it off.
Karen, please finish.
Let her speak.
This motion or this agenda item was completely inappropriate. I absolutely agree with Mr. Laird, and it appears to me to be a personal attack on an individual that may have been a former friend of yours where things went sour. And I am just trying to protect everyone's reputation here, which has now been absolutely soiled at this point. I don't know where to go with this other than to say absolutely no. Absolutely no. And I am very disappointed that she resigned, that she didn't get to sit here and listen to me defend her and say how I thought that this is completely inappropriate. Never should have come up. And I do not want to appear to the community as someone who would ever be in agreement with something like this.
All right, and I appreciate your feedback. I have tried sitting down with Joan Jameson before. I'm just tired of the catcalls from the thing and these issues that have happened, and I don't think it's the right thing. This is my prerogative. The way to do it is you put on the agenda and move on, okay? With that, there's a motion on the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if you want to amend the motion to be and accept the resignation of, and I only raise that as a question.
Okay, I'll accept the amendment. Daniel, do you still second that, the amended?
I just feel like if this was someone else, that we wouldn't even be having this discussion. It would probably be in the newspaper. Our names would probably be dragged through the mud by the public with no one defending us at all. So I think what happened is there was a violation. I think she should just own the violation. And obviously there's other extenuating things, but based on the email, I feel like it's substantial. You know, you're encouraging people to take a position which you're not supposed to be doing. So that's why I'm not going to accept the amendment. I think if she really wanted to resign, she could have stayed and resigned. So I would second the original motion.
Okay, the resolution's been moved and seconded.
Just for the clarity of the record, we're accepting the original motion to remove Ms. Joan Jamieson from the bar, and the mayor has moved. Councilmember Daniel Johnson has second. Councilmember Diarnes.
Yes, with prejudice.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Waite.
Absolutely no.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes.
That motion carries 3-1 with one abstention, and that meaning Mayor Pro Tem Clark recused himself for this item. That's to be noted on record. Thank you.
Item number 6, title readout and staff report.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, I'm sorry. We're now past the time cutoff where we have to make a motion to actually continue the meeting. I'll make the motion that we continue the meeting.
I'll second the motion.
It's been seconded.
Councilmember.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can someone grab him?
Can we take a couple of minute recess? Well, so I can get some more
No.
coffee. All right, I'll just go get some coffee. Go ahead.
We're waiting for Robert to come back for this item.
Come on, man, this don't sign up.
Councilmember Waite,
No.
Mayor Tucson.
Yes.
That motion carries 3-2.
Okay. To keep going.
Continue the,
Yes.
the meeting.
All right, item number 6, could I get a title read on staff report?
Item number 6, sign ordinance amendment, sign regulations. This item comes from a policy perspective. Council has been asking for a while to make some amendments to design guidelines and sign ordinance. There was an RFP issued at some point and only one response received back. Staff made in-house changes to the sign ordinance and took it to Planning Commission some months ago with making essentially recommendations to the sign ordinance to have more authority for regular non-complicated items to be approved at the city staff level rather than forwarding those to the BAR. The Planning Commission reviewed it and made recommendations that those reviews should be happening at the BAR. So you have 2 sets of sign ordinance changes attached to this report, one with original staff recommendations to the Planning Commission and one with the changes that the Planning Commission then made and sent it back to the council. Ultimately, it's the council direction and final decision on making changes to the sign ordinance. We are not here today to actually make changes to the sign ordinance, as that would require public hearing and some due process, but we are here as staff looking for some direction and guidance from the council as to how to proceed forward. Since this item has been to the Planning Commission, they had made recommendations, so it's coming back to the council. So the recommendation is, it's recommended that the City Council review the Planning Commission recommendations and amendments to proposed sign ordinance and provide staff with further policy direction to return to the City Council for sign ordinance amendments at a future date. And I'd just like to mention to you that based on your previous direction and the allotted budget in this year for design guidelines changes and sign ordinance, an RFP has been issued again that's open right now for firms to submit their proposals for those two items.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the staff report? Okay, seeing none, I'll take it to the public for public comment. The first speaker is Ed Skit. Oh, I'm sorry, no, that you're on 7. And then we got this pile over here, 6. Okay, actually, I have no speaker slips on this one. All right, so with that, we'll take this back to the council for discussion action. I might recommend that given the earlier item where we made the motion to put Karen and I on an ad hoc committee together, that maybe Karen and I review this and come back with some recommendations to the council, especially in the interest of time, since it's getting a little bit late tonight. If the council agrees with that, then
I'll second that.
I'll make that a motion. Robert seconds it.
Councilmember Member Tim Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Diarnes. Yes. Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Wade,
Yes.
Mayor Tucson.
Yes.
That motion carries 5-0, Mayor. Thank you.
And then now, earlier we had a public speaker that wanted to speak, and it got mixed up with the item number. That's Michael Mendiza. Would it be appropriate that I can take that public comment now?
I would say as long as there is not an objection from the council to that.
It's fine.
Microphone. But
Fine.
okay,
I heard.
Michael. And I'm really sorry about that.
It's been a long time.
What's he talking about? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Michael Mendiza. I have 3 businesses. I also have a nonprofit organization that deals with early childhood and family development. So I'm actually coming to you as a citizen, but with 35 years' knowledge of how the environment of childhood has changed since World War II. That's more or less the focus of the nonprofit work that I do. I'm actually going to read this because I want to be concise and do it within a couple of minutes. So forgive me for actually reading. I don't normally do that, but last May.
And I'm going to give you a little more time because of the inconvenience. I feel really
Well,
bad.
I can take 4 hours, but
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
But we'll try to be brief. Basically, last May I came to you with concerns about the new technology called 5G. This is the new Wi-Fi infrastructure that's being rolled out around the world. I presented to you at that time, actually I've been gathering for a decade information about this. I posted it on my website. I gave you the links to a composite of documentation. I was with Charles, the president of the chamber, this morning, and he's also quite interested in this issue. And he said that right now there's about 40,000 independent studies about the negative and harmful impact of EMF, Wi-Fi, and microwave technologies. So 40,000 papers that all come to the same conclusion that this is dangerous. So at that last meeting, I asked for you to review some of the materials that I posted and made available to you. I've repeated it in this little packet, so I'm repeating the same thing I sent to you 8 months ago. So you have the information. It's a summary of 40,000, research studies around the world. I ask that you take personal, ethical, and moral responsibility for the harm that this new technology can cause. Now, I realize that you don't have to because you're working, so technically, but personally, you're responsible for what you allow to take place. And I think you now have enough information, or you could, just within the packet that I've given you, have enough information to realize that this is really dangerous. The California Supreme Court, as I mentioned to you 8 months ago, just passed a resolution giving you jurisdiction over whether or not these new technologies are implemented or not. This was a game changer because the telecoms and the Pentagon and the other agencies that are involved with this rollout of this new technology had so much money and so much influence that not even sovereign governments could buck what they wanted to do. But California switched that game by reverting it back to you, saying that you have the jurisdiction to decide whether this is going to be rolled out in your community or not. I've communicated with the mayor about that a couple of times since then. I have asked that the Solvang City Council declare a moratorium on the implementation or testing of this technology until it's proven safe. It's just simply that. That's all I'm asking, is that you guys say, okay, well, we're not going to do it until it's safe. You know, just show us that it's safe. So that's my request. And there are two existing. What triggered me to even get interested in this is that I had a space in Frederick's Court, and AT&T built the Wi-Fi towers that are right in the new, what is now a new hotel. And I got a little meter and I put it on my by my door, and you know, it pegged into the danger zone just from the Wi-Fi that was G4. And as you'll see in the packet that I gave you, there's some graphs in there showing the danger at various levels of this stuff. We're talking about DNA damage, we're talking about heart damage, we're talking about cognitive damage, we're talking about all of the cells in the women's ovaries being irradiated by these technologies causing DNA damage. So it's a very serious thing. So I'm saying that, then on last Sunday I was taking a walk and there were some guys putting up some new technology on a pole, and I asked them, what are they doing? And I said, is it 4 or 5? And they kind of turned and they said that it was 5. So last Sunday, unbeknownst to you guys, Verizon installed 3 5G test sites in the city that went active on Monday. One's at the water tower up on the hill, and then one's over the Wilding Museum, and the other was on Atterdag and Mission. So I photographed it, and I sent you guys all a note saying that, look what they're doing. Did they need a permit? Who's responsible? Is it okay? Do you guys approve? So that was what triggered my meeting, or me coming here and updating my proposal or my request that you take action today. There's no reason why. You don't need any more information. You don't need more studies. You don't need public discussion to do a moratorium now and say, okay, we're not going to allow this until we have the authority to not allow this until we decide that it's safe. And that's what I'm asking you to do today. And as I said, I think that that you need to take personal responsibility for this. This is a horrible thing that's taking place. And if you take the 15 or 20 minutes that it takes just to read what I've given you, you'll be shocked if you're not already. So I'm asking you to take an action now to prevent the implementation and testing of these devices in our town until it's proven safe.
Okay. Thank you, Michael.
Yep.
I believe there's a concern over, is it Verizon that's currently installed? Something was going on.
Mr. Mayor, since this is not on the agenda, I don't want to go
Yeah.
too far.
It's just a
in
simple
your
question about
discussion.
that, yeah.
I did want to say the city does, in fact, have an ordinance which requires permits for all wireless facilities.
To the Planning Commission.
Yeah, we did some quick look at this. I guess it was yesterday or the day before. Again, it's been a surprisingly busy already 2 weeks. And it looks like your former planning director decided to waive that requirement for the 3 sites mentioned, and I have not seen the official waiver yet, but I am told by planning staff that it was done because she determined somehow that they are actually experimental sites. This is when they were 4G sites put in, and I don't see anything, again, this is another one of those. I don't see anything in your zoning ordinance that gave her the authority to waive the requirement for any particular reason, but I'm told that she decided, or someone decided, and that the waiver letter was signed by your former planning director, and we'll be looking into that, and I'm sure letting them know that there's not a waiver and they need to get those permits, which again are under your current ordinance and require it's actually a conditional use permit that goes to the planning commission.
Okay, thank you. On to item.
I'm asking, I think you guys supersede this, right?
Mr.
can't-
Mayor and Mr.
yeah.
Mendoza, I just would note again, they actually can't do anything that's not on the agenda, so we can put this on
Yeah.
the agenda. Yeah.
You know, let me know when to come back.
Thank you.
I think he'll be here.
All right, on to item number 7. Can I get a title readout and staff report?
Item number 7, Mayor and Council, is the second quarter 2019-2020 financial report. The city manager will present that.
So this fiscal year, we've started doing quarterly reports. This is a second one of the series, marking half a year of the results in revenues and expenditures. I want to communicate some of the good news on the revenue side that was not part of the original budget. And I start with the list at the bottom, actually, that because the city is now doing regular TOT audits, sometimes we do come across properties where some of the accounting things, for one reason or another, were done incorrectly. So this fiscal year, we recovered an additional $70,000 in TOT just by doing the regular audits. We also have some good news in TOT numbers in October, to where the results for TOT came in 10% higher than the prior year for that month in TOT. So that's at least a good beginning of an indicator. That's when we had a couple of events starting up in the city. We will have November coming up next month. So next month we'll have more data letting us, actually, sorry, this is incorrect. It's TOT for November, not October. That makes a big difference. So next month, we will be receiving TOT data for December, and so that will be an additional news on letting us know how we've done during the months of Yule Fest. We do have collected overall about an additional $100,000 in unbudgeted revenue for tourism. And that's your new policy and the way that all the events have been held for Stomp, the Fall Fest, and Yule Fest, to where the revenue would be actually coming back to the city. So we had revenue coming in from Stomp, Fall Fest, and Yule Fest. And Yule Fest is really a combination of the net revenue, and we're still working out some of the last details on the grants and donations that were given to the city. These are requested budget adjustments. It's basically just a procedural authorization for the council to authorize us, the staff, to make these adjustments to the budget. So we are recognizing the TOT penalties and TOT tourism revenue that we have received to date, because we know we have received it. I have not put in a request for TOT increase in budget for the projections through the end of the year, just because we probably want to continue to monitor and see how we do with TOT over time. There is just a procedural correction there to the Stern Family Trust. That's for the tennis courts, and it was just something that was in the budget incorrectly. It was too high. We've actually received more money in the prior year, so we still have the $290-something thousand towards the tennis courts that we thought of, but it was just in the budget, and actually would then impact, the anticipated projections and the net fund balance. So I just wanted to correct that. And then the last request is to increase expense for temporary agency services. And this was actually something that was done in the first quarter to bring myself back in the time under the previous city manager for administrative services director. Our budgets are controlled at department level. And so this budget was never formally adjusted. And I just wanted to make sure that we know that that expenditure is in there. So this slide here looks like at the bottom of it we are negative $2.6 million, but that's actually not a bad thing at all. So this slide is structured by fund, and it starts with the original budget on the far left, and then that was the budget that the council adopted on June 30th of 2019. And that was, as you would recall, the basic operations only kind of really projects that are urgent at the time, because we were, or the city staff was saying that we would come back with original recommendations. So with Q1, we came back with original recommendations to complete some projects when the council adopted these additional expenditures, which were basically the original budget was bare as far as, you know, any kind of CIP or projects that should have been completed this year. So that approved adjustments in that column is what that represents. So the next column is the current budget, and that's the numbers that you see is the positive or negative impact on the fund balance. So we have larger fund balances, but this is, are you going to add more money to the fund balance, or are you going to be drawing on the fund balance? Now, with this quarter, the net in revenue and expenditures is a positive $42,000. And then the next column is projected variances in salaries and benefits. And I'm not asking for official budget adjustments just because we have 5.5 positions vacant right now. So that's 314 is projected result of savings from holding those positions open through the end of the year. But since additional changes may occur, there's no real need for us to adopt the budget because we control the positions already, so it will be there unless any other changes take place. So what you see at the end on the far right is the projected final balance, and if you were to operate as is and not make further investments for any services, you would be projecting to be at about $617,000 being returned to the general fund at the end of the year. The largest negative there is in the wastewater fund, and that's actually not a bad thing. That's investment in infrastructure. Majority of that is beginning of that large $15 million project and the engineering study for the wastewater treatment plant. So it's investing in infrastructure, which actually is a good thing because sometimes investing in infrastructure at a timely manner saves cities money in the long run. So here's a couple of things for you to think about as you think about the budget. We do, here I'm approximating that for ongoing legal services, you would have to put some additional money. If you add another $40,000 into that budget, that's about $10,000 towards ongoing standard legal services a month. And then for any other projects, you could make further specific recommendations. And then for marketing and tourism, that's an item that we heard earlier today, or the council heard, but if there is a contract with IDK, then there would need to be an additional budget authorized. So out of that 617, you're looking at these additional needs that are not in that number. You're looking at, you know, some type of budget for ongoing legal services and for whatever additional money the city would put towards tourism and marketing for the next 6 months. Plus, if there's any additional services that the council wants to have the city work on, contract out, otherwise, such as PIO or anything else, that would also have to come up on top of that $617,000. So the recommendation today is for you to review and discuss the second quarter fiscal year 2019-20 financial report and approve requested budget adjustments. Plus discuss any additional adjustments if you would like to make them or direct staff to return.
Okay. Are there any questions of the staff report?
No.
No?
It was a good
Okay.
report.
It was a good report, and glad to see we're moving forward on the wastewater treatment plant. And at some point, I think we just got to discuss other, you know, area around the budget adjustments and stuff and come back. So, but for now, we'll go to public comment. Our first speaker is Ed Skitt, followed by Tracy Beard.
Thankfully, she's gone.
Chris, please stop.
Really?
Just stop.
She made it personal.
Thank you, Mayor Toussaint, City Council members. The area I'm going to want to discuss is the TOT that we're talking about, where we had the $371,694.79 for the month of this last November, which was a 66.94% occupancy rate. I went back over my last 4 years of my records at the Royal Copenhagen Motel, starting with 16, 17, 18, and 19. And our occupancy rate basically mirrored the city's occupancy rate, plus or minus about 1 or 2% all the way across. But what is interesting, we have she was talking about the large increase from November of the 18 to November of 19. Where that increase has come, I went through and took a look at those 4 years, and every single weekend of those 4 years of the month of November, the occupancy of our motel averaged over 96% occupancy on those weekends, on those 2 days, Friday and Saturday. Where we ended up, the one difference was in 19, that was a 5-weekend month. And if you go back and take a look at what we were taking a look at for projected TO or of ADR back in July, when the city gave the $35,000 to the FIG Fondo, they were saying we're going to make up that interest or that money in the month. Yes, we did make it up, but the reason we made it up, we were already booked solid. The Fondo did not bring in $35,000. What brought in the additional $35,000 to the city of Solvang was 5 weekends in the month of November of 19. I would guess when you come to December of 19, you are going to see a drop in the, a slight drop in the TOT, because there are only 4 weekends in the month of December. We may pick up something from the Yule Fest, but don't plan on having another huge increase in the TOT. TOT is predominantly based on the weekends during this time of year, and when we have nice weather and no rain, we have full occupancy on the weekends, and that's where motels and hotels in the city of Solvang in the winter months make their money. They run lower occupancy during the middle of the week, high occupancy on the weekends, and that's what keeps them alive. If you want to do something to improve your TOT during the winter months, figure out some way to get more people to come in during the week. And I thank you very much, and have a good evening, lady and gentlemen. And I use the term gentleman loosely.
Thank you. Next speaker slip was Tracy Beard. She has left early. We have no additional public speaker slips. Doesn't appear there's anyone else who wants to speak on this item. I'll take this back to the council for discussion and action. I think it's pretty straightforward. We've received and filed the report. I think I'd just note, we got to at some point have a discussion over some budget adjustments, but looks like we're doing okay. With that, is there any other discussion on the item?
Nope.
No? Okay. So I guess make the motion to receive and file the report.
I'll second that.
It's been seconded by Karen Waite.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Diarnes, Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Wade,
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes.
That motion carries 5-0, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. On to, we already did item number 8 earlier in the meeting. On item number 9, could we get a title readout and staff report?
Item number 9, Mayor and Council, is the Public Information Officer. Ad hoc committee recommendations. City Manager will introduce the item. Thank you.
So this is a public information officer contract, ad hoc committee recommendations, same as on, or similar to the tourism item. In December, a subcommittee was formed consisting of Councilmember Wade and Councilmember DeJarnius, who have reviewed the functions of tourism and PIO. I'm just going to read out these two recommendations that I think sum up what the committee spoke of. The subcommittee recommends that the public information officer contracted role could be a sub-function of the marketing and tourism function to manage public relations for tourists, businesses, and residents, and could be contracted through one firm to manage marketing, tourism, and events management. Secondly, the subcommittee also recommends that the PIO contract should not be extended within its current form, directly contracted through the city. The PIO served the city during the time of change in marketing and tourism management transition from Solvang Conference and Visitor Bureau. Should future organization-specific PIO or communication needs be identified through organizational assessment, a new contract may be considered. Just giving you a little bit of background, the city historically did not have contracted PIO services. In July 2019, Katie Fleckenstein was awarded a contract with the city for PIO services, which was later extended through end of January 2020 by subsequent actions to implement a communications plan and provide with ad hoc services. Council provided staff with previous direction to assess organization and improve efficiencies in business processes, to improve communications, including city website. Staff is conducting a citywide organizational assessment, which will be brought to City Council in February, which is all-encompassing. Organizational assessment will include recommendations for business process reengineering in administrative functions, including information technology, general administration, and communications. Staff can bring forth a request for proposal to update the city government official website. It is the recommendation of the report to review staff report and subcommittee recommendations for PIO contract scope and to take action to amend the contract. Generally speaking, recommendations are from staff, at least, are based on, we will be coming back in about a month with a comprehensive study of all city operations. I think we do recognize that there is quite a bit in, the general administrative functions that needs to be re-engineered and done better. Communications is part of that, so is just the general administrative functions. So are some of the, hardwiring and IT functions and IT software. So there's a comprehensive need there. I would recognize that. And it's just a matter of, what does council need or want to contract it for now versus having a comprehensive approach to where we address some of those issues in the right sequence with the right resources within all of those functions.
Mr. Mayor, if I could make one comment, which is the California State Legislature passed a new law last year. It's known as AB 5, and the governor signed it. It's now in place. So we would urge any contract that you now sign with an independent contractor, use the new form that we've provided here for you, which is AB 5 compliant, and not use the old form.
Great. Okay. Are there any questions of the staff report?
No.
Okay. Is it appropriate for Katie to speak on this item at this point?
Sure, and I actually want to address, I forgot to address the comment that the PIO made during the PIO section. It's been somewhat, because the PIO Katie was brought on during a period of time where there was a lot of change going on with SCVB, and there were these immediate needs to contracting for PIO. We didn't follow the usual, city process to where we would go through a competitive bidding process or to even develop the scope before we contracted out. And so now we were in this situation working with the subcommittee, and perhaps it got a little bit confusing in the sense that the city actually would want to develop, the scope of what it wants to contract for as the city, and then contract for those services, but at the same time, we already have somebody that's been working with us that was at the same time making certain recommendations. And what I had requested of Katie was to submit a proposal, but perhaps to me it's a kind of a standard governmental language. So if she didn't mean that to be a proposal, but meant it to be more of a staff report, to where then I, create a staff report and attached it as a scope. If she wants to amend that perception and that submittal and submit to something else, that's essentially the explanation of how it ended up being as a proposal. So the staff report is actually coming from the city, including the subcommittee's recommendations, and then what's there in the scope is some of the thoughts from Katie. And with that, of course, Katie can speak as well.
Okay.
Mayor Toussaint, council members, just to clarify, I don't have a proposal submitted to the council, and I currently don't have a plan to submit a proposal. Under my understanding was that the council, from previous meetings, was the council was looking for starting points, what kind of services might be needed, so you could decide, do we want them, do we not? That's certainly something that would be useful moving forward. I was not aware of an ad hoc committee nor the city manager's input on it. I definitely would have written a different proposal if I had feedback. And when I say proposal, again, I mean proposal of services that I recommend the city consider moving forward, not my own proposal. So I think that's where the language is. And my understanding was I was submitting a staff report, not a proposal.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I'll take this back to the council, we'll go to public comment on this item. I have no speaker slips on this item. It doesn't appear that anyone wants to speak on the item. I'll take it back to the council for discussion and action. So it seems like the staff report, they're trying to address a few things here. We have this new AB 5 law, and then we also have PIO services here. I think at some point that was supposed to go out to an RFP, and then we also have certain projects that have been started by our PIO. So I think we just need to figure out what direction do we want to give moving forward. I would like to compliment Katie because you've been very good at working very hard and long hours and helping get things done and get the information out there. There's a lot of changes that are going on. We have the new amnesty program that's being launched. That requires communication out there to the public. So it's just important the council always recognizes that as we go about making changes, then you need more PIO type activity to be able to communicate with the public what those changes are and how they can best be informed and take advantage of what's happening here at our local government. And the amnesty program, I think, is a great example because that's something that I think a lot of people could really take advantage of right now. With that, I believe we have a subcommittee recommendation. Maybe we hear a little bit from, I believe that was Chris and Karen. Maybe we hear a little bit about your perspective on this and see what we can do here.
Right. Well, my perspective, I did meet with Katie, and my perspective was that her role kind of morphed into multifaceted outside of the scope of what a public information officer would do for a city. So it wasn't just she wasn't tasked with just doing information for the city. She was also tasked with and picked up, the ball for marketing and tourism, and she was just kind of doing everything. And when I took a look at that, I also had to take a look at the contract basis and expenses and how the contract read and legalities of the contract. So when we decided that we thought we could put an independent body in charge of our tourism and marketing, I felt that maybe some of this could fall under that they could outsource and hire their own contractors, their own subcontractors, to manage communications from the city to the public. And I thought that that would be very important in as a cost-saving measure, because we do have some very large expenses coming up. And I do really appreciate Katie's work, the work that she's done so far. It's been wonderful and very helpful to us. And I do know that her contract ends at the end of this month. But also, again, we did not put it out for an RFP. And do we really need to do that if we have a independent body, an outsourced body that can subcontract and take care of the same position, all under one umbrella?
Okay. So, and I'll just comment on that because I understand a lot of what you're trying to say there. And again, I really appreciate, Katie, you know, you came in originally as PIO, you know, events happened, you stepped in a lot of, you know, on-demand, I guess, kind of needs that we needed to recover the website and, you know, get things up and going and stuff like that. And definitely a great asset to getting all that that done. I think everyone here really appreciates, you know, that. Given the item earlier regarding IDK, I think, yeah, we can take a lot of the tourism related type, you know, stuff and ship that over there, and then really get back down to the original reason why we brought Katie in here, and that was really a PIO. I don't think that it's appropriate that PIO services for the city, you know, specifically would be handled by IDK. I don't think IDK would even want to get into that area, but most of the costs that we're trying to get control of right now, I think, is addressed with what we did a little bit earlier. So I think my position right now is I think we just need to talk more about, you know, what do we want to do moving forward with PIO? We want to get control of costs. I think we can recognize that a lot of those were relative to, you know, events that happen, such as, you know, what I just spoke about earlier. So it's really just, I think we just need to kind of narrow this down to, you know, redefining what the PIO type thing is, making sure the council still wants to continue that. I do think it is an important thing. I think it eventually needs to go out to RFP. So that I might want to receive a little bit of staff input on when that would be, you know, appropriate, since that was the original intent. Anyway, that's kind of where I'm at. So does anyone else, Daniel, Robert?
I agree with you. I would like for Katie to handle public information and have somebody else do events, and that's what Katie would rather do. She'd like to know what her scope is. I like having her in the city. I like having her working here or working with us and with the city. So I'd like to be able to accommodate her as well as get as much as we can out of her at the same time as giving IDK events capability. And Katie's the first to admit she's not a destination marketing consultant. That's not her job. That's not what she wants to do. Or that's not what you're doing now, but you're doing it. You're basically wearing both hats. Are you public information or are you events or whatever? So I would like for Katie to stay in her role as PIO or work with us on communications.
Okay, so Daniel, did you have anything to say?
I agree. I think we just need to figure out of these projects that she's working on, how we can get those completed, what the time frame is, what the cost would be to get those completed, possibly extend her contract for a month, and then yes, we definitely need to go to RFP, just like we're doing with IDK. We're extending them, then we're going to RFP. Same process we need to do with the PIO positions. So I don't know where we go from there, but I think that's what we need to do.
And I was going to say I agree with you there. And one of the things I think, I don't know if Katie, can you just quickly answer a question? I thought that one of your responsibilities was to actually put out an RFP for, you know, the same services you're providing. So is that something that
I don't believe so.
Or is for
No,
communications
I think that'd be a
plan or
conflict of
something?
interest, I believe.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm guessing. I thought the city or someone was putting that out.
Well, you did mention that you were going to recommend what the city would need.
Oh, is that what? Okay.
So that was
So this was the start. This was a step towards that recommendation.
Right.
I wasn't able to meet with all 5 council members,
Correct.
so obviously that was why I had asked for a delay in my staff report, because again, thought that I was working on a staff report for the next council meeting. But because of time, and I totally understand, there's only 3 days left of the month after the next council meeting, or 4 days, it makes sense to talk about it now. I do, if you don't mind me just saying one comment, I think both because of AB5 as well as talking to like the California PIO organization and kind of doing my own research and obviously experiencing being a PIO here, I do recommend if you continue to have it be a contracted position that you think also about whether or not you really want to call it a public information officer versus a contractor that fulfills PIO services. And I know that might sound like semantics, but I personally would almost prefer moving forward, whether it's 2 weeks or 4 weeks, to almost refer to myself as a contractor providing PIO services, because I think it can be misleading for the public as well as even staff, and kind of it confuses things about, well, what is her role and what is she providing, which is very different from like an employee PIO.
Great.
I would agree
Yeah, and I
with
think
that.
that contract that Chip was talking about will solve a lot of those issues, because with the new contract with AB5, it's going to stipulate that it is a contract with an individual fulfilling those services. So,
Okay.
And all the representatives took Uber to vote on it.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, and that was a concern of mine. That's why I was going towards the having one
body or
third
entity.
party using their own subcontractors
Right.
to avoid any issues with the AB5. So
Which I think is pretty much what we're moving in the direction of. So, but again, PIO services would not be under the scope of IDK.
But
so.
no, I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't know if IDK would be willing to subcontract out for those services. That was.
Oh,
Which
okay.
was IDK and the PIO.
Got it.
Mr. Mayor, actually, I believe that Scott pretty clearly said that they're not interested in those more classically typical contractor providing PIO services activities.
Or actually, we talked about basically visitors, like
No,
destination marketing.
He's very much, as I understand, willing to do all of the destination marketing kinds of things. But what I heard him say in particular is if you need to do a press release about the wastewater treatment plant, he wants nothing to do with it.
Get that.
So I think we need to come up with an idea of how she can complete the 4 projects that she's working on, extend the contract for whatever time period we feel necessary, and then go to RFP. I think that's what we really need to discuss. And
I
how
think we
gonna do
would
it.
have to amend the contract and not just extend it.
Right.
Right. Well, they're going to do a new contract, so. But I don't think we can, I don't know if we want to
Chip,
hash
do you have
that
a
out here.
recommendation? Because we're getting a quasi kind of legal area and.
Yes, you could take the action to authorize the city manager working with the city attorney to negotiate a new contract with a contractor to provide PIO services for that time period that the city manager recommends is necessary until you can go through an RFP process and bring that back to you at your January 27th council meeting.
Okay.
So recommended.
My only concern is to give her specific tasks so that she's
And
not
that would
That's
be
what
So
they're
wandering
working on.
around.
I think at this point, I think staff has heard enough feedback from the council that they'll take those into consideration with that and come back with a recommendation.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Johnson, the new contract is actually fairly clear that that's the way that the contract needs to be constructed, that it needs to be more, activity and performance based.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'll let you make a comment right now, Katie, just because we're trying to.
I'll speed
Yeah.
up. I was hoping tonight, because I've been pushing back feedback for some of these vendors to get some direction on the tourism website, because we are about a week behind on that.
We talked about existing projects.
And that would be somewhat, undecided, I think, depending on what happens with the other negotiations. So
So I think we just have to let that play out. Do we have, what can we do to kind of accomplish what the council is looking for right now. I think you've heard a lot of the feedback.
I think I made a recommendation. You have a motion.
Okay.
To follow that recommendation. Independent of that, within my recommendation, it did not include the website work, because my understanding is that is something specifically within the tourism promotion area. And
Okay.
so we would be negotiating about that with IDK.
Understood. So I think Karen moved that motion. And do we get a second? I'll second it if it wasn't seconded.
Okay.
It's been seconded.
Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Diarnes. Yep. Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Wade,
Yes.
Mayor Tucson.
Yes.
That motion carries 5-0, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, on to
Number 10.
Is David Adolphson here? Yes. All right. I'm almost wondering if we got a couple others, and I'm wondering if to get you out of here.
They're here for item number 13, Mayor.
13.
Let's jump to that now.
Could the council consider?
Yes.
Make the
Okay, I'll
motion.
make the motion to hear item 13 right now.
I'll second the motion.
It's been seconded.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Diarnes, Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Wade,
Yes.
Mayor Tucson.
Yes.
That motion carries 5-0 to move item 13 forward. Thank you.
Could I get a title readout and staff report?
Item number 13, Mayor and Council, is the letter of public convenience or necessity to alcohol beverages, beverage control, ABC, for New Frontiers located at 1984 Old Mission Drive in the city of Solvang.
Okay. With that, I guess, are you here to speak on this? Okay, so I'll go to public comment.
Please.
David? Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I was thrown off because I was expecting a longer staff report.
Mayor Toussaint and council members, I'm not really sure what I'm responding to. We put in for this application and we heard that there was a complaint, possibly from a neighbor or whatever, to hold us back from being able to sell beer and wine in the store. So I'm not really sure why I'm here, like why it's even up with the council. Does anyone know?
So I'll ask Chip, would you please
Yeah.
explain the nature of this?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, your council at some point in the past actually approved, actually it tells you here in 2010, you approved a requirement that all requests for letters of convenience or necessity be brought before the council rather than having staff send them in. So I don't know that there's been any sort of complaint or anything else. It's simply that your process requires this come to the council. I suspect, but again, I will admit I wasn't at your council meeting in 2010, but I suspect the council did that so that there would be an opportunity for members of the public to come and speak if they did object to something. So the noticing of this created that opportunity for people to have let you know that they don't like this one, and you don't seem to have any members of the public here, and I don't think you've received any written correspondence.
Okay.
Correct.
So just to clarify, obviously that was many councils ago, and this just happens to be a policy that's here at the city. And so now following policy, you're here.
So as city council members, I have a question for staff. Are we allowed to somehow withhold the ability of a convenience store or whatever to
Grocery
sell?
store.
A grocery store to sell alcoholic beverages? As a council, we can say, nope, you can't sell it.
That's why that policy is created, so it comes to the council.
So we can do this with everyone.
And the answer
Legally.
is legally, yes, you get to withhold it.
Oh, wow.
And trump the ABC.
You're not actually technically trumping the ABC. The ABC, as part of its process, requires that the local jurisdiction send a letter of public convenience or necessity if you in fact find that providing a license meets the public convenience or necessity of your public.
Got it.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I'll let you finish your.
I guess I'm here then to ask you to approve our ABC license.
Okay.
if there's no,
Oh, I'm sold.
very convincing. So,
I move that we approve this.
Well, let me finish with
I think
public
I'm
comment
sorry,
here.
yes.
Let's let this gentleman finish speaking.
yeah, I really have nothing, if no one has complained, I'm not sure, unless you all have a concern, I'm not sure if there's anything more to say.
We
Does,
had to
does
make it
anyone have any
available for the
concerns
public.
or questions of the applicant? Okay, great. I guess if you have anything else to say, then we're done with public comment.
Okay.
With that, I'll take this back to the council for discussion action. Seems rather uncontested. I'll make the motion to,
Robert already made the motion.
well, okay.
I made
It
the
wasn't
motion.
technically okay, but yeah, please make your motion formal.
That we authorize letter of public convenience for New Frontiers located at the Mission Drive in Solvang.
I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Diarnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Wade,
Yes.
Mayor Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Thanks for sticking around.
Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
All right, on to, I believe, item number 10.
Back to 10.
Wasn't there like a sub-bill at AB5 where they said meetings had to stop at 10:32? They added that to the bill.
Sorry, Mayor. Item number 10 is the grant funding policy. Item number 10, Mayor, is the grant funding policy and purchasing and budget monitoring policy direction. The city manager will present the staff report.
Computer's shutting down.
Microphone on. While I'm having a little technical difficulty here with the display.
I think your computer ran out of battery,
I
'cause I
think
think-
so.
Do you have your
So
charger?
I'm just gonna. No, I'll just speak to you about this.
Great.
So the council has annually adopts a process for grant funding for the city, where the council awards funds to different organizations in the city for various activities. Normally, that policy is adopted before the council moves into the financial plan. And Chip, can I please borrow that report? Can I please borrow your copy of the report? So on the grant side of things, since last year or the previous year of 17-18, the funding for different grants was at $221,000. Last fiscal year, or for current fiscal year of 19-20, the council had awarded $165,000, and that really it can be divided into 3 different categories, one of which would be the senior citizen and other charity services type of services of $64,000 was awarded towards that. Number 2 category would be cultural services type of things, such as museums. And then the last one of $70,000, which is a larger one, is sponsorship of nonprofits contributing to the City of Solvang special events. So one of the items for council to consider, and what I'm really looking for here, is some policy direction to form a formal policy to bring back at the next council meeting that would speak to who should be really submitting applications for grants for this next financial plan. So it's really seeking to create some efficiency for folks to know, should we be spending our time putting for money through this process, and what type of activities this council would actually want to fund through the grant funding process. When we talk about the third category of nonprofits contributing to City of Solvang special events, there's obviously some connection with that, with what we talked about earlier today with IDK and how special events will be held and how they will be used. So there may be some thought process, if you'd like, to where we could also have this policy for nonprofits participating in the events go through some type of permitting processing and review with those subcommittees and whatever we negotiate with IDK, so it's all one cohesive process. So that's on the grants policy. And then there's a smaller piece, which is really more about transparency for the council on the budgeting and purchasing, which is more of a how do we control finances when a budget is adopted. So on the budgeting side, currently the city controls it at the department level, and actually the city is authorized to overspend on certain line items. So, but then I am not, just the way the policy was written at some point, and I think it doesn't make sense, but I cannot make budget adjustments without council authorization of over $5,000. Well, I can overexpend by quite a bit more than that. So it doesn't really make sense to have that policy. So I would suggest that we develop a policy, and it's adopted as part of the financial process, to where we control budget at department, fund, and also categories such as salaries, contracts, and then maybe all other. And then you give the city manager higher authority to just make those transactions as far as budget transfers, just so that my staff can then know what budget they should adhere to and be able to alert me if we're going on out of budget on certain line items. So it's more about control. And on purchasing, currently we have the policy that all contracts that are over $50,000 are supposed to come to council for approval and go through a formal bidding process. All contracts for over $30,000 go through the city manager approval and require 3 competitive bids. Everything else right now requires city manager approval as far as POs and contracts. So my recommendation there would actually be to remove some of the bottleneck from city manager and align some of the purchase orders that are, say, under $30,000 that already have been approved through budgeting process to just be approved by department heads. So we're looking for policy direction, first grants, and then if you have any commentary on, internal control, budget, and purchasing.
All right. Are there any questions of the staff report?
No.
Okay. Oh, Karen?
Okay, so we're not obligated to grant fund at all.
No.
Nope.
So can we put that in our policy somewhere that states that, or is that even written in any of our?
It's called eggshells. Seriously, you have to walk softly.
But I mean,
on
but
this stuff.
it would be nice to have something written that says that we are not obligated to.
Nor have we ever been. It
Yeah,
just
but
was
I don't
something
know
that
if it's ever
steamrolled.
in writing. If it's in writing anywhere.
It's not in writing anywhere, and we can definitely add that to the grant policy.
Yeah, I think that's the direction they're looking for, is for us to discuss that, so.
Well, we could discuss limits on, how much you can set a number, it can be completely arbitrary. It can be more relative to, tied to the revenue or expenses of the general fund. It can be tied to, all kinds of different things. You could also just, it was getting kind of out of control. It was on its way up over 300,000 this year. There's a lot of people that expect that's just going to happen because I guess when there was a Measure Z run, a lot of people in the community were told that tax measure was going to fund nonprofits. But, that's what people running a campaign told them. The unfortunate thing about it was that in order for that money to actually be earmarked towards for that, it would actually need to be
Special tax?
A special tax or something like that. It's a little bit different, but it would have required, I believe, a 2/3 vote by the voters to be approved. I think there's a higher voting limit, but the way they ran it as a general tax, it only required a 50%. Or 51%, or something like that. So I think that kind of spread that, out there that, this is what it is. But unfortunately, that really wasn't how that was legally being done. And I have seen a lot of the campaign material for Measure Z, and it does say that it's going to do those things. But unfortunately, that was not the truth. It was a general tax, period. So there is no obligation of the
That's
council.
always the case.
And that's just what it is. So, so I do understand your point about wanting that in there, because I think that did spread a lot of miscommunication out there to the public, unfortunately. And then we had, of course, the giveaways every year were increasing at quite an exorbitant rate, and it was kind of setting this thing that, Solvang's open for, handing out endless money. And so every year you get more and more applicants. And that last giveaway was a very substantial increase.
Before we took
Before
office.
we
Yeah.
were here. And so that kind of set the precedent that, Solvang's loaded and loves to give money out there. And I was getting all kinds of phone calls saying, hey, we got 5,000 last year. Can I submit for 25 now? It's like, it would have been like $1 million, by the time that we,
Right. So-
that
so-
kind of thinking.
And the worst thing was, that, I mean, everybody that had come before the council before and gotten money before, they're all great, great causes.
Mhm.
But I mean, where do you say no? And when all these really nice people plead their cases, and some of them are not going to get that money, it tears your heart out.
Yeah.
But we don't have the money. That's not what we're in the business of doing, is giving
Right.
money away.
And
I
I
have
agree.
I have one regret of a vote that I've done here, and that was to the $25,000 to a for-profit company that, yes, brought things to, but that was a grant. And that's something that brought tourism to Solvang. But my proposal would be to, unless something benefits Solvang directly, and obviously I don't know how we're going to do Grand Final next year, but I don't like giving money as grants to for-profit companies. These are all good nonprofit companies, but we can't give to every single one of them. I mean, what criteria do you draw up? Do you cut it out? I think as an
That's
accountant,
what she's asking
you'd
for.
say let's make it zero.
So my recommendation would be all special events are gone from the grant, from this policy, because that's going to be under IDK. They're managing events. We're
Yeah.
going to stipulate the money
I
that goes
I
to
think
that.
we already fixed that.
Yeah,
That's gone. So
If-
that
if
aspect is
that
gone.
works with IDK.
Well, this is my recommendation. Yeah, that events out of there. The other one would be, the only one that would give money to would be probably the senior center, which is actually a benefit to
Here you go, though.
a residents, right? That would be the only one I would really give money to. All the other grants to nonprofits, I don't feel that is the city's purview to give away city money to nonprofits that we just randomly feel are
What
the
about
right
cultural?
nonprofits. I think that can go under IDK as well.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
That's my recommendation.
If I heard what IDK was recommending, they were suggesting that there be some sort of a cultural fund.
They
and
did talk about
they had 3 criteria for that. So you probably, if it's your direction, you could probably put categories 2 and 3 within that process.
I think it would solve a lot of problems. We wouldn't have to listen to any sort of grant funding except for possibly senior centers. I think that's more practical. It makes more sense. Obviously, the senior centers are not going to get money from marketing and tourism, and they may need the help. It's also serving the citizens. It's something maybe they can't take care of. So I think that's where we should give direction to staff to come back with that. If you do want to, if the council wants to give an amount to certain nonprofits and go through that process a little bit, then you just need to cap the amount at $20,000 total for everything else. For example, now, my understanding now is like Danish Days, all of those events would be under IDK. We wouldn't have to give that money out, which is fantastic. It gives them some control to talk to Danish Days Council and figure out how that event can be done better and whatnot. So I think by doing IDK, it's solved a lot of our issues. We just need to discuss, okay, do we want to cut it completely? Do we want to do a nominal amount? Do we want to do the senior center? My recommendation is a little bit for the senior center, and then I would do 0 for granting to nonprofits. I don't think that's the city's job, personally. And then IDK is in charge of the rest of the events and everything, and that's going to be under what we stipulate they get.
And that's not saying that the Danish Days would go away or
No,
wouldn't
no,
get funded. It's
no,
just
it's going to be funded, probably better, probably
Yeah.
more. I don't know. That's up to IDK. That's why we're giving them that.
right.
That
But I just think it's important that we say that so that it doesn't start this whole,
I can see it now.
prejudgments that are happening. But like I said, we they could very well get more funding. So I think that we have some good things coming. My only concern would be more around the cultural aspect of things. There's been certain things that the
I agree.
city has, taken care of that making a fell swoop or whatever is first of all kind of might be a problem. But otherwise, there's like the museum for the city, like the Elverhoy, or focusing on making sure that we have theater here in the city. Though I do understand the importance of that. So that to me is a little bit of a questionable spot to all of a sudden,
Senior center and a little bit of cultural.
yeah.
That's my recommendation.
And I've always said my focus is seniors and cultural arts. So that's just my personal opinion there.
That's fine. I think
Yeah.
we really need to cap it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And we did a good job, but not great, at bringing it, substantially
Yeah.
down last year, and upset a lot of people, but I don't know, they're not here every week yelling at us.
But you're going to get, if you open it up to the cultural and the arts and whatnot, you're still going to get a lot of applications. So just so you know. But if you cap the amount, then fine, so be it. You can go through that process and.
Yeah, and I think, like cultural, okay, well, take the music program, the Solvang music program. They're eligible to apply for grants from the county and the state and everything else.
And I think we're already
So-
showing, like, for example, Fall Fest used Sam as
Yeah.
the agency that had donated, things too. So I think it's already showing, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I think it's already showing that, a different form. It'll be a little different, but I think that, there's a lot of opportunity there for people to get funded, in different avenues. And it's not here at the council.
I have one more take on this, and this is anecdotal, but a lot of the people that came to us were smaller nonprofits asking for about $10,000. And for 5 years, I put on a golf tournament and a silent auction at Chomp for the aquatics program at the high school, and we raised $10,000 every year. It's not that hard for one person to go out and raise money, especially in this generous valley, for groups that want to raise a little bit of money. When you get into the Elverhoy dollars, then that's a little bit harder.
Right.
But it's easy to do.
Yeah.
And if they have boards and they have boards that are active, then they can look at ways of raising money for their.
They
And I know
do
that they're doing a lot of
auctions and yes,
raising money.
uh-huh.
I'm not saying they're not.
And I'll just note, I think, because, it seems like there's some support behind identifying certain things such as the Elverhoy Museum. Instead of it being a grant funding type thing, maybe it's more of a museum contract services, for Solvang, since they're providing, but there's just different ways.
I wholeheartedly
it could
agree
be.
with that last statement.
So
If
do
we're
I.
going to give money, we should be able to expect something in return. I think contract services is the right direction.
We meaning the city,
Yes.
the taxpayers.
Correct.
Mhm.
So I agree.
It makes
think
the
it's
Elverhoy more of a
done.
partner of the city and not part of the, let's all come here and do the grant application and stuff, and every year they have to go through that process. I think that, we could do things a little bit differently, and quite frankly, I think that they would be far happier with that.
Well, here's
So-
another example. If we just give money, for example, the Danish Days, I'd like to have something in return, data, for example, on what they did, what they accomplished. All we've been doing is just handing money over to them because.
But-
That's got to stop.
But those are things where I think, that can be kind of workshopped through, like the steering committee, for example, that IDK was coming up with. I think everyone sees the
Under
value
events.
in Danish Days. It is an event, and,
We're going to have it,
Yeah.
and they're going to put money towards it. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's an event.
Was that?
You gonna move to Solvang?
Sorry, microphone. But anyway,
I agree. I think many of the business owners can contribute to stuff like Danish Days and.
And they do.
yeah.
I know.
I'm sure they do. I mean, look, we got $40,000 in contributions towards Yule Fest that people weren't even getting any advertising for. We got, people, that tree funded out in the live tree in the park, 25,000 private, funding. I mean, the people are out there. All the trees delivered. That's another $15,000. I mean, people really care about this community.
And you worked very, very hard to find those people too, so I appreciate that.
So I like some of the direction that we have there. Maybe hearing some of this will just give some feedback to staff for how to more fully develop a draft funding policy.
Seniors and culture and arts. But I think we also need to be really aware of Theater Fest because we gave them a lot of money and they did a multi-million-dollar campaign.
They're still in
They're
it.
still in the process of doing a multi-million-dollar campaign for improvements, and they will get that money from private funders and investors. Plus,
And just so there's no confusion,
Yeah.
it's important to understand there's Theater Fest and there's PCPA, and
This
I
is
don't
Theater
want to.
Fest.
no, this is Theater Fest.
But I just want to make sure that that's
No,
that,
PCPA, no, but
Well, I'm going to add to
PCPA
that
just
point because
is-
when we wanted to use the Theater Fest as a venue for Yule Fest, they shut us down after we gave them money. So that cannot be tolerated going forward. If we do something for them, they have to return the favor.
Do you know what the reason was?
I mean, there could be all kinds
There
of
are
reasons.
all
They could have
kinds
had
of reasons.
things already, I wouldn't
But
just
they
prejudge off of that.
They
but
make so much money off of concerts and everything. I mean, they make a ton of money. They do
So-
not need our money.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. Anyway, just general discussion. My focus is just making sure that the seniors. I think that I agree with Daniel there. I think all these other things, are just kind of more or less start leaving the umbrella of the council, and it's just up to other people.
Yeah, if we want to ease into it, then you just cap the amounts on
the next
what
year or
for the
so.
next year, and then it's just if that's what you want to do, I don't know, Xenia, do you need more direction or?
No, I think that gives enough direction. I'm hearing a lot of the senior center agreement, potentially considering a concept of contract partnership with Elverhoy Museum,
Cultural.
and then the rest of it is pretty much very limited, if any, with a
IDK.
cap.
Correct.
And
So-
events would be going through IDK potentially as we continue with that negotiation, and then all the nonprofit participation of the events could be vetted through potentially that process.
Correct.
Okay.
That's interesting. Good job.
And then, so Zena, you're putting a lot of budget controls in place. A lot of that's more internal, and quite frankly, you're the professional there.
Oh, yes.
Purchasing and
I-
budgeting, monitoring
what you just
policy.
said, I agree with.
I think those are good ideas.
Yeah, I think you kind of heard from us, and you can come back and more formally, put
Present
something
it,
together. I don't know if there's much else you really need from.
Unless we start seeing red flags, we're good.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Do we need
We
one?
don't
No,
need a
we're just
motion.
giving direction.
They're just receiving the report.
That's the point, Art, so I have to go home.
11.
Oh, yeah, why are we doing?
No, we're on 11.
Yeah.
Not-
it's,
11.
I'm confused
Item-
about 11.
Item number 11.
Ratification of appointment.
Could I get a title readout and staff report?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Item number 11 is the ratification of appointment of Mr. Art Seftab to the Solvang Conference and Visitors Bureau Board of Directors. My understanding from a report back on November the 5th was that the SCVB had formally filed all the documents with the Secretary of State, and therefore, once again, it became a legally active organization, and as such, they have had meetings, regular meetings, and I understand that this is simply a housekeeping matter to appoint another person to serve on the SCVB, with the understanding that more members will be needed later on to kind of have a full board that is active. So I don't have any other information other than what's in the staff report.
So with that, I'll just try to just note, and Chip, please feel free to add, but there are several things, just in the city doing its normal audits of everything and compliance and things like that. That was an agency that is funded by the city. The assets and funds over there are public funds. There's still outstanding contracts, liabilities. We had tax returns that were not being filed over there. I've now seen, although the claim was that there was no penalties being issued, I've now seen a certified letter from the IRS basically alluding to that there's probably some problems.
Can we hold them accountable for the mess they made?
Just
Possibly.
let me
Good.
just
We'll talk
finish.
about it.
So it's just a lot of housekeeping stuff.
So just to keep them going until we get this all settled out.
Yep,
That's the
and
idea,
you never
right.
know with what's going on with tourism. Maybe there's a reason why, we want to use that board for something. There's opportunities that could come up. An example would be there was a Friends of Solvang initiative that's actually a 501c3 that was more or less started by the SCVB, and it was used to raise funds for the Solvang Centennial. A lot of the things that we talked about earlier, again, the live Christmas tree in the park, the trees around town, Yule Fest contributions, that 501c3 could be used to run initiatives.
To be clear, that the
But that would all fall
501c3 was
under
started by the SCVB. It was they used government money,
Which is a
our money.
501c6.
Right. I just want to make sure that that belongs to the current SCVB, right?
It's
Okay.
really
So
it's
that's
its
an
own
asset.
It's
that
its
we're
own
gonna recover?
separate thing. Again, I'm just trying to quickly answer. I don't want to go into too much, but this is really more of just a housekeeping item. With that, Chip, do you have any?
I would just note that to do this cleanup activity, it's better. I mean, it would be better if you had a full board. It certainly is better to have at least 3 rather than just 2 people, even if it's, again, just to finish the cleanup activity.
Correct. That's what we're
And
doing.
And just so the council's aware, when we do hold those board meetings, they are noticed. I'm actually having them noticed on the city website and recorded. So if you ever want to watch what happens at that, it's extremely clear and transparent what's going on there. And you know, if there is some desire or need to use that in the future, then it's more or less kept alive. But we can clean up the outstanding tax situations, finish recovering assets. We still have quite a few outstanding assets. With that, I'm going to take this to the public for public comment. I have no public speaker slips except for one, but that person has left. With that, I will take it back to the council for discussion and action. I think it's rather straightforward. Chip, if there's anything else you want to make the council aware of, then please feel free to. Chip does not. I'd like to make the motion that we move the recommendation to ratify the appointment of Art Sevtap to the Solvang Conference of Visitors Board of Directors.
I second.
It's been seconded.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Diarnes,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Waite,
Yes.
Mayor Toussaint.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Mr. Sevtap will be so notified. Thank you.
All right, with that, we have last time on the agenda, number 14. It's AB 1234 report out, council comments and request. I'd like to ask the council to really think for a second if you went to any city-funded events, to make sure we disclose that as part of the AB 1234 report out. I believe that probably everyone in a month of activities of Yule Fest has probably been to Yule Fest.
Drone show.
And the drone show, and you know, the Copenhagen Light Show, and
Weinstein.
I don't believe that we had anything like League of California Cities dinners or JPIA.
I went to a SB CAG meeting.
You went to an SB CAG meeting. That's a publicly noticed, so that doesn't really fall underneath that.
Right.
But you could report out on what happened there if you would like
Fall
to.
Festival.
Did
we disclose
well,
that in
that
the
would have been
last
on the prior. Yeah, we talked about Fall Festival on a prior agenda.
most of you sat out in front of the public and ate dinner in the park.
Dinner in the park.
Yule Fest.
Dinner in
Yes.
the park. Oh yeah, we did that.
Did
Yeah,
that?
all Yule Fest
Yule
activities.
Fest.
All Yule Fest.
Yule
Yeah.
Fest. Uh-huh.
I think we had enough discussion on Yule Fest tonight. So, you know, as much as I'd love to sit here and talk about the great things and then the things that could be done better and stuff, I think we really covered that earlier. I think Scott, did a great job of really pointing out, hey, this is what we did with 8 weeks, and this is what we got, and this is what we can do to be better next year. So I think that's all positive thing. We got some good directions. And other than that, we will go to council comments and requests. Do we have any council comments and requests at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
What are we doing with respect to asset recovery in terms, or at least an audit of the Chamber of Commerce? Because it's my understanding they never have responded. Is that true?
So Chamber of Commerce had responded in a way about the previous fiscal year and then about the small contract this year. I would say that for me personally to be able to track the reported activities to the financial statements, I would need a better connection and more information from them if there was an interest in having staff do that type of work, because the financials are just the numbers, and then the activities are just this is the activities, but it doesn't have exactly the backup as to how much staff time or other activities were
Okay, so my
spent
point
for a
is,
specific
it sounds like
thing.
we are never going to know what
Uh,
they spent the $250,000 on. Is that right?
If the council was interested in having staff continue to speak with Chamber of Commerce about getting more detail, staff can do that.
So I just want to make sure we don't have any of this on the agenda tonight. I understand Chris's question. You've answered his question. That question was asked at a prior public meeting during that item, actually, I believe by Councilmember Johnson. So you've obviously received something. You're now having a question from another council member asking, so maybe just a simple follow-up with the chamber, I think would be appropriate. Is there any other comments?
Wait, I'm not done. I have a couple of quotes that I want for the record from Mark Twain. This is one of my favorite.
Oh, goodness.
A half-truth is the most important, cowardly of lies. I'm going to repeat that again. A half-truth is the most cowardly of lies. Also, if you don't read the newspaper, you are uninformed. If you do read the newspaper, you are misinformed. And finally, never argue with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level and then beat you with their experience.
Those are good.
Okay. Karen, do you have any comments?
Fantastic.
Yes,
Okay.
I do. I want to let you all know that I have my Mission Oaks HOA meeting on the 18th, where I will be presenting a conversation that I had with Fish and Game regarding the city of Solvang and their problem with coyotes in residential areas. So this is something that we may have to address coming up, because at Mission Oaks, we have packs and packs of coyotes, and almost nightly I listen to them take down deer and kill them. We're on, 50-some acres of oaks and whatnot, so it's a habitat, but it still is a residential community. We've had dogs eaten. We've had people actually approached by coyotes during the day there. They just roam the streets during the day. I see them. And I don't know how it is for the other residents in the city of Solvang, but Fish and Game said that you can legally, they suggested that I bring it to my city council. So that's why I'm doing this. They said that you can hire trappers, licensed trappers, and it's called population control. And coyotes are not endangered species. They aren't protected species. And if they are a danger or a nuisance, or perceived that way, you may hire trappers, and they take them and they dispatch them. So that is what I will be speaking about to my HOA on Saturday. So I won't be coming from me as a city council saying we're going to do anything. I just want to let you all know that they wanted me to bring it to my city council and bring that up. So something to think about in the future. I know we have a lot to worry about, but coyotes are really getting out of control.
Okay.
So the wild turkeys.
I want to read a quote.
All right. You guys are exhausting me tonight. Robert, did you have any comments?
I guess not. I like the idea of the brand ambassadors in town during events very much.
Yeah.
That was brought up. It's a good idea. Brenda brought that up, and I also want to follow up and work on my my locals only night in town once a month or something like that, which I'd like to start working on, where restaurants and merchants can offer discounts for locals only. Show your driver's license, get a deal. Not like the restaurant week, so. And that's it.
Daniel, did you have any comments?
And not Buellton and Los
No.
Olivos. It's a Valley thing. Bring Valley people to Solvang. We don't care. We get more people. Okay.
No,
We have like a Pismo Beach night.
Daniel, did you have any comments? Okay. With that, we are adjourned.
Those who expect to reap the blessings of freedom must, like